administration people. So starting off, the board of directors that are here. Myself, I'm Steve Kinsella, Chair, Public Member. Neda Mohammadzadeh is the Vice Chair, elected member. Kevin Cloutier is elected member. Omar Farouk is here, public member. I don't see Peggy. I don't know if she's signing in later on or not, but I'll go down to Dorina Reyes, elected member. Derek Summers, elected member. Henry Wiersema, public member. Good morning. Paul Wilk. Good morning, Paul. Welcome to your first meeting. Elsa Lee, elected member. And regrets from the board of directors are Amber Fournier, elected member. Diana Bristow, public member. Mike Smart, elected member. Samir Mohera, elected member. Sends her regrets. Our facilitator today is Sarah Butson. Good morning, Sarah. And for the administration, Fazelle Khan is our registrar and CAO. Amy Stein is our acting deputy registrar and in-house legal counsel. Fiza Assad is our accounting and human resources specialist. And Carolyn Robertson is our manager of communications and executive office. Is there anyone that I have missed at all? I'd like now to go on to our land acknowledgement. We acknowledge that this meeting is taking place on the traditional land of the Anishinaabeg people. The Anishinaabeg include the Odawa, Ojibwe, and Potawatomi nations, collectively known as Three Fires Confederation. We are dedicated to honoring Indigenous history and culture and committed to moving forward in the spirit of reconciliation and respect with all First Nations, Métis, and Inuit people. I come from Irish ancestry. My parents were born here and they were Irish and English. I will endeavor to carry myself with gratitude and humility as I work and learn and live in this area. And I just wanted to note that the registrants joining us for the session this morning can use this session for self-directed continuing education hours. Okay. And now I'm going to turn it over to Sarah Butson.
Great, thank you, Steve. So just before we get started, a couple of reminders that we went over ahead of the call, but to get on the speakers list for today, you can use the reaction button should be at the bottom of your screen. You'll see a button that says raise hand. So you can hit that button and that will allow you to get on the speakers list. And then throughout, as we seek consensus, you can use your actual hand. We'll be looking for 4s and 5s, meaning that you we've reached consensus or you feel good to move forward. 1, 2, or 3 mean that there's further pieces to discuss. And throughout, we will also be taking motions, in which case you can state your name and raise your hand, and we'll be looking for folks to first, second, and then all in favor on those motions. So this would be the key ways to sort of participate throughout the day. And so with that, I'm going to pass it back to Stephen, the board chair, to complete the conflict of interest declaration. Stephen?
Thanks, Sarah. Are there any conflicts of interest today? Okay, I don't see any. Then we'll move on to the adoption of the agenda. Are there any amendments to the agenda today? Not seeing any. Would someone like to make a motion to approve the agenda?
So moved.
Okay, and the motion would read.
Henry? Yeah, go ahead, Stephen.
And the motion would be to approve the agenda. All in favor? Carried.
Okay, so I think we had Henry there and then Derek and then perfect. Okay, so we'll go on to the minutes of the December 6th meeting.
Does anyone have any amendments to the minutes? They're up on the screen now. And the
Derek?
motion.
Oh, sorry, Stephen. It looks like Derek might have one.
Yep.
Yeah,
Go ahead, Derek.
Just Stephen wanted to mention that I will abstain from voting on this as I was not present for those minutes for that meeting.
Okay. Thank you, Derek, and that'll be noted.
As I will myself, Steve, because I wasn't there either.
Yeah,
Kevin?
Thanks, Kevin. Anyone else?
I'll have to abstain. I was not present either.
Okay, thanks, Paul.
And Elsa Lee.
And thanks, Elsa. and those will all be noted and recorded. The motion that would be seeking is to approve the December 6th minutes. So I need someone to make a motion.
I do, Omar.
Omar, second. Dorina, seconded. All in favor? Carried.
Okay, so we'll move on then to the board financial report training. And we're going to have Fiza Assad, the human resources and accounting specialist, take over for that piece. So Fiza.
All right, thank you, Sarah. So I will just be setting up my screen share here. So today is going to be a bit of a two-parter from me, which I know everyone is super excited about. I'd like to first provide a bit of training as to how we're supposed to be reading these financial variance reports that I'm going to be presenting to you. So I have the financial variance report up here as an example. I will go over how to read it, and then we will go into further detail in the next portion. So to begin with, a financial variance report is one of the most commonly used accounting tools. It's often used as the primary tool for controlling future costs and conditions by analyzing differences between budgeted and actual amounts for expenses or revenue. So to make that simple, a variance report highlights the separate values and shows us the extent of the difference between the two as a percent. The financial variance report presented to the board provides a summary of unaudited year-to-date values for revenue and expenses for the last completed quarter. So in this case, the report that I'm going to be presenting to you is for Q4 of 2021 with an end date of December 31st, 2021. And that is going to be compared to the total annual budget for 2021. The report provides an indication as to whether revenue and expenses are trending in line with expectations for a particular point in the year, as well as explanations for what values have gone into these account line items. So what this report gives us is a look into the college's financial health by providing a dollar value of the variance to the budgeted amount and the percent variance, whether that is a positive or a negative number. So this is seen in column H and I. And I would argue that this is probably one of the most important parts of the report, as that is an indication as to whether the college is trending well or if there is a cause for concern when it comes to the college's financial health. A comparison is also provided to the previous year's figures for the exact same point in time. And this way, the report provides us with a look into financial trends by, again, comparing the unaudited totals for the quarter to the audited totals for the same point at last year. So if we look at the columns for essentially E, F, and G, you're getting a bit of an idea as to whether or not we're seeing an uptick in revenue in certain areas or an uptick or maybe even a downturn in expenses and other line items. This is not really an indicator of the college's performance, but is more so an indicator as to what the environment around us looks like, what's going on maybe in the world of regulation, or if there's been an impact on these numbers due to something like COVID-19. Now, a budget variance is positive or favorable when revenue results are higher than budget expectations and expenses are lower than budget. I think that's something we can all know from our own financial planning and budgeting, that we always want to make sure that we're having more money coming in and less money going out to ensure that we are stable and able to continue to perform for upcoming years. The report that I present to you is broken down into 3 sections: revenue, board and committee expenses, and operational and administrative expenses. Where you see a positive variance or a green square indicates that the college has performed either better than expected and we have either brought in more revenue than anticipated, or it could be green and negative if it's an expense account item, and that shows that we have spent less on an expense line item. For revenue, a green square can be attributed to either underestimating revenue forecasts, which the college has actively done in light of the continued impacts of COVID-19, or if we have received grants or subsidies. And for expenses, a green square can be attributed to cost savings or deferred activities to the next fiscal year. Where there is a negative variance in a revenue line item or a positive variance in an expense line item, that is indicated with a red square. And the red square shows that we did not meet either the anticipated revenue or we may have overspent on an expense line item. And further explanations are needed. These explanations will always be provided for you in the notes column, but just as a point for the board or anyone who's seeing this report for the first time, this may be an area where you want to ask further questions when you have the group in front of you. Finally, a new bit to the report for those who have been seeing this report for the last few years, we now have orange squares on this report. And those are a bit interesting as they indicate a variance that is not necessarily material, meaning it's not a significant dollar value amount for the college. And it is in no way detrimental to the college's financial health, but it is a bit of an anomaly, and the executive committee, in their capacity as the finance committee, has received a detailed explanation for this anomaly. Orange squares on a report captured for the financials of the first 3 quarters are something that I would recommend to maybe keep an eye on, because they may be at risk of moving into significant or material values and may move that account line item into the red zone. So I understand, kind of in the spirit of DEI, that this is a report that everyone is going to be seeing differently. The way it looks to me as someone perhaps with an accounting finance background, it may look completely different to somebody else. So in the spirit of making this report as accessible as possible, we're always open to any suggestions, any comments or feedback that might make this easier to read or easier to understand. This color coding system that we are implementing as of this year was a suggestion by Peggy Judge, who thought it would help make the report a bit more accessible. So we're always open for feedback as to how to make this report easier to understand for everyone. So are there any questions as to reading the financial variance report that I can answer before we move into the meat of it?
Any questions or comments for Fizza? Steve, I see your hands up.
Yeah, thanks, Sarah. Fizza, I know we talked about this in our executive meeting, but the approach that I think we were trying to do this, and when Peggy came up with it, she used the traffic signal approach,
yes.
Right? A green light, red light, yellow. And I think it's an excellent choice. And
oh, sorry, so I think you just went back on mute.
Yeah, sorry. It's so easy to follow and understand with the color codes, and I really appreciate it. Thanks.
That's awesome. Thanks, Steve.
Great, and I see that Paul has his hand up. Go ahead, Paul.
So with the color coding, I'll just mention that I don't know if it's for everyone else, but the colors like the orange compared to everything else seems kind of blended in. I can't really differentiate the colors. So maybe if we could just pick more like brighter colors, like more sharp colors with more contrast, which will allow some people to maybe differentiate the different colors more clearly.
Yeah, absolutely. That's a great suggestion. And we can implement that for the next report. Thanks, Paul.
Any other questions or comments? Okay, I'm not seeing any Fizza, so I'll let you continue with your presentation.
Okay, perfect. So we're going to be moving on to another portion here, which is going to be my actual presentation of the financials. So I'll just get that queued up for us as well. And just wanted to confirm that everyone can see this okay. Looking good. Okay, so let's get into it then. So for consideration here, the report identifies, again, as I mentioned, current unaudited financial information for revenue, board, and committee expenses as well as operational and administrative expenses to December 31st, 2021, which is the college's fiscal year end. At the May board meeting, external auditors will present final audited figures to the board, as well as any reconciliations that may be recommended. And it's important in the spirit of transparency and internal control that the auditors are going to be making this presentation to you as an unbiased third party. So to get right into everything, we'll go over our revenue variances first. So revenue variances, and another point, I think this would be a good training opportunity to go over the presentation too. You will see everything as a graph in a graphic format. If there are any areas where you wish to ask for further clarification or questions, please do feel free to jump in and interrupt me. So total revenue to date is $2,778,915, which reflects a variance of $517,894 to the budget, or 23% over budget. This surplus can largely be attributed to the rate of optician renewals exceeding expectations after having been conservatively estimated in the light of the continued impact of COVID-19, as well as costs collected relating to discipline matters to the tune of $64,177 and COVID-19 relief subsidies at a rate of $143,111 received in May, October, and November. So again, as I mentioned before, this line for miscellaneous revenue is the orange square that you would be seeing on your financial variance report. As you can see, even though this is revenue and we are 739% over budget on a certain account line item, which is still a really good news story, it is an anomaly, as that is not something that we are expecting to be continued and replicated in future years. So quick recap of the percentages here. So total optician revenue, we are 14% over budget, student intern revenue, 41%, national exam fees, 25%, interest and investment income, 13% under budget. Again, that is just a reflection of market performance, and miscellaneous revenue, 739% above budget. Total board and committee expenses for this period are $117,845, which shows a variance of negative $89,655, or 43% under budget. While budgeting for 2021, the college ensured that there were sufficient funds for in-person meetings should the COVID-19 situation change. However, throughout 2021, there were no in-person committee meetings and a single hybrid board meeting for the month of December. So just to go over some of these percentages, total board expenditures, 36% under budget, discipline committee, 67% under budget. Sorry, I'm just adjusting so I can see better. Executive committee, 38% under budget, governance committee, 39% under budget, ICRC, 31% under budget, patient relations, 60%. Quality assurance is actually 9% over budget. Again, that is an orange square on the line, as it is under $2,000 variance, and it is attributed to 2 single meetings, and it is not material or detrimental to the college's financial health. Registration is 52% under budget, and clinical practice is 73% under budget. For operations and administrative expenses, total expenditures to date are $2,419,485, which shows a variance of negative $321,695, or 12% under budget. The expenses for a few points here, the expenses for board and staff education and development, which currently shows as 14% over budget for the year, includes payments to HPRO to cover training costs incurred in 2019 and 2020, but were inadvertently not charged to the college until 2021, when we initiated an account reconciliation. Actual expenditure for trainings and costs incurred in 2021 was $35,347, which actually brings this line item to 21% under budget. Investigator expenses are 77% or $38,749 over budget. And this is an item that comes up pretty much every financial report. Due to the unpredictable number and varying nature of investigations throughout the year, it was difficult to accurately forecast investigator costs during the budgeting process. For 2022, however, the 2021 expenses and trends, which we've had a better idea of the way that COVID-19 continued to impact and the types of investigations we were seeing, these numbers have all been taken into account when developing the budget for 2022. So overall, the 2021 fiscal year has closed with a surplus of $217,438.83. Despite anticipating a deficit for the year, the college was able to recover costs by applying for many COVID-19 relief subsidies, continuing to hold virtual board and committee meetings, and adhering to a very conservative administrative budget. If there are any questions, I will just put my screen down for any questions at all about the financial variance report.
Okay, thank you, Fiza, for the presentation. And maybe I'll just start also by welcoming Peggy Judge. I see that Peggy has joined us, so welcome, Peggy. Questions from the group around the presentation? Any of the variances? Any comments, feedback? Points of clarification? I see Fazal, go ahead, and then Stephen.
Sorry. So I just want to flag, we're going to be doing a little bit of analysis and monitoring on exams revenue. While Fiza indicated that from budget, we were up on exam revenue. We had more students than we were forecasting write the exams. We are currently incurring quite a bit of expense running the exams because we've, on a typical session, which was usually 2 days, we're up to almost 5 days in order to meet with physical distancing and COVID safety protocols. So we're going to have to do a bit of a break-even analysis and revisit how long we can sort of sustain that. We're almost subsidizing the exams, or at the very least, I think breaking even, maybe even losing a bit. That's fine as a sort of a blip if we're nearing a better day. But if we're if we're going to have to analyze what the exams look like going forward in the new world. But that could indicate an adjustment on fees possibly. So we'll have a discussion with NACOR once we do a breakdown here at the registration committee on what these exams are costing. We're always looking to be cost recovery, but certainly it shouldn't be costing the college money. We're not looking to make a profit on these. That's never been the aim, but cost recovery is key.
Okay. Derek, do you have a follow-up to that?
Just a question for Fazal. With the addition of the Ottawa exam session, I know the groups is not as large that typically writes there. Is that a cost-effective use, or would it be better to see if we can merge exams?
With the fact that we've opened it up not to just French only, but bilingual, we're getting a little more uptake in candidates using the French or the Ottawa site. So I think we're carefully watching that we're breaking even at least on that. So I think we're safe there. It's the big Toronto sessions where we're having to almost double and a bit our examiner costs, honorariums and stays and everything like that over the same amount of candidates, which is of concern to me.
Has Georgian reopened for us to do exams? Or are we still doing kind of everything out of Seneca right now?
Everything out of Seneca right now. And I think even if Georgian offered their space up, one thing is for sure is Seneca is very gracious. We're actually not paying any facility fees with Seneca. And so we've been getting away with the bigger, more expensive sessions.
I just know that Toronto is typically a more expensive area than, say, Barrie. But
yeah, hotel wise, it's not, we're getting good rates. It's actually the physical personnel involved.
Okay.
Just flagging that.
Okay, thank you. Stephen, you had your hand up. Did you still have a comment or question?
Yes, thanks, Sarah. Fiza, the surplus that you mentioned, will that go back into replenish the reserves?
Yeah, so we actually did not deplete the reserves for this year. We had under budgeted and we had the approval to use that 817,000. But again, because of receiving the subsidies due to the fact that renewals, we did not have the dip that we were anticipating. We actually came in at a pretty typical year with a bit over 200,000 in surplus.
Excellent. I want to thank Fazelle and the whole staff team for doing such an excellent job in this presentation. It's really laid out, very easy to follow, and you guys are right on board with it, especially during this last 2 years of COVID, and doing a great job.
I'll just quickly point in there, thank you for that compliment, but a lot of this cost cutting was actually based on the fact that everybody on the board has been doing these virtual meetings and making the best of it. And it's really, really helped control costs at the board level. So kudos to the board for pivoting and getting on the electronic wagon and making the most of it. So well done and being efficient in the business that you conduct.
Great, thanks. An electronic wagon. I've never heard that one before, Fazelle. Peggy, your hand is up.
With respect to the exam costs, you said it was the examiners that made the price higher. Is that a number of people you're needing in order to conduct them because of COVID, or is it a price per session, or however they're paid hourly, whatever?
It's, if anything, there's a concern that we're making sure that we're competitive enough actually on what we're paying them. So if anything, we're not overpaying them. It's actually person hours. So for, let's say, 100 candidates, we had 2 days of exams. Now to push that same 100 candidates through, it's taking us 4 to 5 days. So it's just the number of, it's almost a ratio of examiners to students has completely changed.
Thank you for that clarification.
Okay, and Paul?
And with, I know the recent government announcement that everything is starting to open up and capacity limits are being lifted. Do we see that making an impact anytime soon, or is that something everyone's exploring?
Definitely, that's what we're actively exploring with NACOR, which is our national group who administers the exam. We jointly administer it in conjunction with them. So we're being careful to check with them across the country because we want the exam to be consistent across every province that it's been administered in. And so we're trying to be cognizant of all the restrictions that the government has in place, but at the same time, best practices, even if we need to go above and beyond to ensure safety. But there's certainly economies of scale when we're pushing a lot of people through a session in a compressed time frame, but that does put a lot of people closer together. So fingers crossed, but the last 2 years have been quite expensive cost-wise. I think in the public interest, we've sort of sucked it up. We've been financially able to, and we've ensured that there's a steady flow of opticians entering the practice environment so that we don't have any shortage of that. So I think it's the right move that we did to dig in a bit deep and make sure, and, you know, as I said yesterday, many colleges actually ceased registration exams because they weren't able to deal with the OSCE or the practical portion of exams. We were able to make some modifications to our exams, including using mannequin heads and things like that. So we were creative and we got the students through. But just on a sustained level, we're going to have to look at what the new normal looks like. Maybe, you know, it'll go back to almost the same, and this won't be a conversation.
Good. Okay, any last comments or clarification for FISA? Okay. Not seeing any, so thank you for that, FISA. What I will do then is pass it to Stephen to do a motion for the finance variance report.
Thanks, Sarah. So the motion we would seek approval for is to approve the financial variance report. I'd like to.
I'll make that motion. Derek?
Derek?
I'll second it.
Several. Kevin?
Yes.
All in favor? Carried.
Perfect. Okay, so we're going to move on to the College Performance Management Framework, and I'll invite Amy Stein, the Deputy Registrar, to present on that piece. Go ahead, Amy.
Thanks, Sarah. So this is just a really quick update for the board. You've been hearing much about the college performance measurement framework over the last year. So we're now in our second year of reporting, and we are in the process of preparing the 2021 CPMF report that is going to be submitted to the ministry by March 31st. Thanks to a lot of the work that the board has been engaging in the last year, we're excited to be able to demonstrate some improvements around a number of key standards, including the approval of the pre-appointment and pre-election competency framework in 2021, the introduction of a process and approval for regular third-party board effectiveness evaluations. And we're going to be able to share a lot of the developments and efforts that have been made over this past year on collaborating with our various system partners in the ways that we're seeking to align oversight of the profession and respond to changing public and societal expectations. So in mid-March or so, you can expect to hear from us with our initial draft that will be circulating to you all to provide some feedback and comments before we submit the final report at the end of March. So unless there are any questions, that's all from me.
Any questions or clarification from Amy? Feedback or comments? Okay. I'm not seeing any, Amy, so I think that's all clear. Perfect. So thank you, Amy. So with that, we are now going to be hearing from Deanna Williams, who we met yesterday. And today she'll be speaking to us about the reforms that are currently being considered by the Ontario government relating to the governance, modernization, and oversight. So Fazal, I'm going to pass to you first, just to do a bit of an introduction.
Sure. I'll just do a quick intro and further couch what we'll be hearing. So Deanna brings a wealth of experience in healthcare regulation, having acted in various positions in the Ontario Health Ministry and joined the Ontario College of Pharmacists back in 1994, retiring in 2011. Deanna provides consulting services relating to professional and occupational regulation in Canada, the US, and abroad. In 2012, Ontario's Minister of Health and Long-Term Care appointed Deanna as a supervisor to the College of Dentists of Ontario, which was a post that she held for just under 2 years when that college self-regulatory authority was restored. So Deanna has a wealth of knowledge in the regulatory space. Today, she's going to be speaking to about, we thought it would be a good idea with the government's circulation or consultation on governance reforms for Deanna to kind of speak to the board about what's happening in the regulatory space as far as regulatory trends, and considering the news hot off the press yesterday that we had also sent out last night about the government move and the College of Traditional Chinese Medicine and acupuncturists. I think Deanna can shed a little bit of insight. We don't want to take the conversation too far off track from the original presentation, but I think everything interweaves and gives some indication of where the government is going with different things. So Deanna, without any further ado, I'd like to turn it over to you.
Thank you, Fazal, and hello everyone again. Nice to see you. Amy, can we put the slides up? Okay, thank you. So we can go to the first slide there. So as you are aware, there have been some circulated proposals on governance reform and regulatory modernization. Now, these were circulated to all of the colleges on January the 26th, but responses were due back February 23rd, which I've sort of flagged here because that's pretty significant. It's a very short turnaround time. Many of the college councils were not meeting in that time frame, so there was that pressure to put in submissions that were, not necessarily seen or even approved by college boards. So that caused a lot of concern amongst the regulatory colleges. Now, some of the proposed reforms, I think, should have been expected. There's been a lot of things that have been talked about for many, many years, starting the College of Nurses did Vision 2020 back in 2015. There's been changes made to the College of Teachers, the Caton report in British Columbia. So there were a number of things that, that have been sort of floated amongst the colleges. So I would say they were not totally unexpected, but there are some that were unexpected. And I think they do give rise to some collective questions and concerns. So I want to raise those with you. Now, Fazal mentioned what happened yesterday, and that was a new bill that was introduced that will abolish the College of Traditional Chinese Medicine Practitioners and Acupuncturists, and will move oversight for the Chinese medical practitioners into one of the new government, sort of the administrative authorities that are set up by the government. And there was one that was set up most recently to oversee personal support workers. So the Chinese medical practitioners now will be going into that DAA. So I only mention that because I think all of this sort of exemplifies sort of why, if change is coming, and I think it is, and I think it's been signaled to us that change is probably coming. I mean, we've seen what's happening in BC, we see what's happening in other jurisdictions. It's always best, in my view anyway, to be at the front end of the change, to try and be at the front end of the train so that, excuse me, you can have some semblance of maybe control as to how the changes are made or how it's shaped. I think the danger is to do nothing and to just say, well, we'll just wait and see, and then changes get imposed on us and we don't have any ability to sort of have a say in what those are or how they shape up. So let's go to the next slide and we'll talk about some of these things. So, and we will build in time for your questions and concerns. But if anybody has something that we talk about sort of that you really want to jump in, I don't have a problem with that either. So I'll just let you know that. So the proposals that the government has made to the regulated health colleges really fall within three key categories. And then there's kind of another category, which I'll talk about too, but they're really about core governance, what they call core governance, housekeeping or other modernization reforms, and then oversight and accountability. So there's three kind of distinct buckets, and we want to look at each one of those. We can go to the next one. So the core governance.
Sorry, Deanna, before you go, I just see that Henry does have his hand raised.
Yeah, sorry. If you could just flag that for me, that would be
absolutely
great.
Yeah, no worries.
Yeah, Henry.
I can be your eyes on that. So go ahead, Henry.
Yeah, Deanna, I'm just kind of curious. Yeah. How does this process start? Like who sets this off? Is this something that's happens internally in the government? They say we want to be more efficient or whatever. Are there outside people that kind of say, hey, we've got to straighten this up? How do we do this? Where does this all kind of come from?
It's a good question, Henry. With respect to some of these reforms, I think that it's fair to say that there has been a number of things that have probably stimulated these. And when you look at what is identified sort of best regulatory practices across jurisdictions and across professions. So if you look at the UK, if you look at Ireland, you know, Australia, there's a number of things that are common that, and our governments look at these, you know, they're looking at these. And when you see issues that are concerning to government. So, and I'll just give an example. I mean, in Ontario, we have, you know, sort of 26 colleges regulating 28 or 29 professions. And some are big and have a lot of capacity, and some are small and don't have as much capacity. And so there are differences that the government sees, and trying to think, well, what could we do to maybe try and address this, and what's happening in other jurisdictions. So I think that's part of it. I think that there have been a couple of reports done, most notably the one that Harry Caton did in British Columbia, which is giving rise to some significant proposals for reform of the health regulatory framework in BC. So not everyone is going to have a college out there. They're going to go from 21 colleges, health colleges, to I think 6. So there'll be some that'll have their own colleges for different reasons, but professions will either go in with those colleges or they will create 2 multi-professional regulators that other colleges will go into. They're doing that for efficiency. Everyone will be competency-based appointments. Everybody in BC would be appointed, no more elections. So there's a number of changes that are on the table in BC, and I'm sure our government's looking at that too. So I don't know if that answers your question.
That's
exactly.
Good. That's good. Thank you.
But it gives you some kind of a background. So
yes.
Some of the reforms for core governance do have to do with the size and composition of council. So it would be things that they're looking at here, 10 to 12 members. You know, what would be the, how would people get onto council? Independence of statutory committees. So this was raised, someone raised this yesterday. If you sit on council, you don't sit on statutory committees. And the thinking behind that, and this is something that is clear, the literature, there's a lot of research that's been done on this in the regulatory world, but it's that there is a potential for a role conflict. If you sit on a board, a council or a board that actually makes the decisions about, you know, how we're going to make decisions, and then you sit on those panels that actually follows decisions that you've actually made because you sit on council. And I think one of the other concerns, particularly in self-regulatory colleges where our boards have that fiduciary duty to have oversight in finance and look at what we're doing, how much are we spending in certain areas of the college. And then, you know, that includes your statutory processes. And then you're sitting now on an adjudicative committee that, you know, you're considering a matter that could involve a long and prolonged and costly hearing. But you're also thinking, well, from a finance standpoint, should we be doing this? And how does that nudge up against our responsibility to put public interest above all other interests? So I think it's just seen as good governance. And in Australia, in New Zealand, in Ireland, in the UK, and in the US, if you sit on the regulatory boards, you don't sit on the adjudicative committee. So I think that that's where that is coming from. Competency-based selection of all board members. This is something that is a good governance principle for all boards. So not-for-profit boards. I sit on a hospital board. We had to go through a selection process that's based on your resume and what skills or competencies you would bring forward. So this is not something that's new, but it's new to us in Ontario for health regulatory colleges. And then elimination of the executive committee. I think there's a couple of reasons for this. One is if you have a smaller board, it would be a lot more nimble and able to get together sooner to make decisions. Executive committees are really there for the most part. They were established to do council business in between council meetings where it was difficult to get large groups of people together. Sometimes they take on other functions, and in your college that would be the case because they also, same people sit on finance. So let's do a deeper dive. Let's go to the next slide and we'll do a little bit of a deeper dive on these.
And Deanna, before we do, I just wanted to note that Omar had his hand up. Omar, did you still have a question?
Sorry, Omar.
Oh, did we lose? Oh, there you go, Omar. Oh, it looks like he's having some sound problems.
You can hear me now?
I can hear you, yes.
Okay. Oh, yeah. We're having some intermittent some issues. In rise of all these downsides and the new composition of the board, etc., I'm wondering if this would in any way pose a threat to the public interest. You know, because now to me, like, you won't have a full representation of voices, you know, representing the public interest, to look at issues from different perspectives and bring it to the table. for a discussion in order to get a positive and meaningful outcome?
Okay, you know what? I think that's a great question, Omar. So let me just address this as we go through this list, because I think I can share with you how this is done in other jurisdictions, and maybe that will help sort of answer part of the question. But if not, please come back on it, okay? Okay, so let's look at no larger than 10 to 12 members. And you can see the little note there that it aligns with what is considered to be best regulatory governance practices in the UK, Ireland, British Columbia. In the UK, I want to give you an example. There is Health and Care Professions Council, which is a multi-professional regulator that actually has 16 different health and care professions under it. And they have a board of 12 members. They have 6 members of the professions, and they have 6 public members, all of whom are appointed. Now, 6 members of the 16 professions means a couple of things. First of all, every profession does not have a seat on that council. And sometimes, depending on how the applications go, because the government and the regulator will put something out in the paper saying we are looking for a professional member or public member to sit on our board. You could have, and they have had at times, 2 members of one professional group and no members of others. So how they do it is that they make sure that when they're dealing with profession-specific things, that it's incumbent on that college or that regulator to make sure they get input through focus groups, through surveys, through meetings, engagement. So you engage, you still get that representative view, but not on council. And it's important that you do that. So, I mean, yes, you still need to get views from stakeholders, including registration members, and you need to be able to do that, but they do it in a different way. It's not through the council, it's through other engagement processes. So I just want to tell you that that's how it's done in the UK and also in Ireland. Fazal, I think you wanted to say something.
Yeah, I was just going to say, in that sense, what's being proposed is, smaller boards, but not necessarily a smaller college, because you're actually deepening your appointed base. So your committees are well supported. So you have subject matter experts and lots of discussion through the committee level. It's just brought to a smaller decision-making body.
Right. Thank you. And I think it's really important too that, we haven't lost our responsibility as regulatory bodies to consult with our members on everything that impacts them, and we do that already. So I think that we have to continue to do that. The professional members is proposed to be selected by colleges based on competencies with mandatory term limits. So the competencies would be, you'd select people, you'd like a job description, you'd put them out, you'd seek for people, you'd have a committee that would be actually looking at the resumes and interviews, or however you decide to do it, and you'd be accountable for the process that you use to in actually support professional members. Equal members of professional and public, and that's equal numbers is actually something that you see in the UK. I should tell you the health professions in Ireland, they have 51% members of the public and 49% members of the professions. I mentioned already about board members not sitting on statutory committees and no executive committee. So any other questions about these? Because we want to consider further on how this is going to impact you.
Any other questions for Deanna on these pieces?
No? Okay, so we can go to the next slide. So the housekeeping proposals are these. So loss of protection for titles that are outdated or unused. And there's not a lot of information as to examples as to what this can be, but I can give you examples that I think this would relate to in the pharmacy world. We have protected titles that are not used anymore. One example is apothecary. Another example is druggist. Those are terms that are nobody uses anymore. I would expect that this would be two titles in our pharmacy world that would probably be gone. Removal of outdated provisions. So some of the legislation has in it, it will be enacted at a date decided by government, or to be enacted on such and such a date, but it's still in there. If there's things that don't need to be in the legislation, they'll be taking them out. And then terminology updates and consistent across colleges. You've already started to refer to your council as a board. That will be a term that will be used across all colleges. You'll have regulatory councils going to regulatory boards. The registrars and CEOs will all be called the same thing. There won't be any more council presidents, but you'll be the chair of the board, or you'll be the vice chair of the board. And those will be terms that are aligned with other sort of governance models, but they'll be consistent across the colleges. Okay, we could go to the next one. Modernization through increased accountability and oversight. This might come back to your question, Henry, about I think it was Henry, yes, but where these things are coming from. I think for a long time, regulators, we used to be able to, and I've been around a long time in the regulatory world, I would say we'd skate under the radar. No one really knew we existed unless there was a real problem or issue of concern with us. But I think the trend now is that we're very much under the spotlight. Regulators have been in the news, and not just here in Ontario, but across Canada, across really most jurisdictions. So I think that pressure on governments to increase their oversight on us is high. And I think we've seen the pressures on increased accountability, even through the College Performance Management Framework, through the reports we make to the Fairness Commissioners, to our annual reports, to our audited financial statements. I mean, there's a lot of accountability that is put on us. So this is really going to increase that. We're already subject to the French Languages Services Act, but it's mentioned again in the proposals. I think there's a little bit more sort of focus on, are we all doing what we should be doing to make sure that our communications are available in both French and English. What's new, and I think does give rise to some concerns across the regulatory colleges, is that we will now be subject to the jurisdiction of the Auditor General, so that the Auditor General can review the finances of the college, will be subject to audits by the Auditor General. And why I say that it's new, there is a provision already in the Act for the Auditor General could go in at the request of the minister and review the finances of any of the regulatory bodies. But generally speaking, we are not considered one of those public bodies that falls under the purview of the Auditor General. So this is a new proposal. The second is that complaints and discipline decision-making processes will be subject to external oversight and review. What is sort of being floated is through the patient ombudsman, which is already established in Ontario. In the UK, the disciplinary decisions that have sanctions are all reviewed by the Professional Standards Authority. And the Standards Authority looks at those decisions with the view is, do we believe that the public interest is being served by the decision that we're seeing? Is the rationale there to support it? And do we think that everything has been done? So they look at the decision-making process. In Ireland, all disciplinary sanctions from the health regulators have to first be reviewed and agreed to by the minister before they take effect. So this isn't necessarily new if you look across professions and jurisdictions, but it certainly and most definitely is new to us. So these are two in particular, the last 2 points about the Auditor General and the patient ombudsman or another body overseeing our decisions and scrutinizing those. This is definitely a new. And any questions, thoughts?
Questions, feedback, comments on this piece? I'm not seeing it. Oh, sorry, would you have one here from Peggy? Go ahead, Peggy.
Going to say that was a really good educational overview of things. Thank you.
Okay, thanks. All right, well, thanks, Peggy. Let's go to the next slide. So the additional proposal for oversight of new professions, and this is where I think what happened yesterday with an existing profession coming into this new authority was a little bit of a surprise. But the government did establish the Health and Supportive Care Providers Oversight Authority Act that really started out initially to oversee the personal support workers. And now we have an existing profession that is going to be overseen through this authority. And I think that is the change that gives rise to some concerns, I'm sure, across some of the health regulatory colleges. We can go to the next. Okay, so some additional proposals, and they involve registration processes. And this is something that the Fairness Commissioner has proposed. And in fact, there are changes to the FARPA that are actually going to be included in that bill that was proposed yesterday. But some of these additional proposals, if you require Canadian practice experience, and I can tell you that I was involved in a review of the engineers a few years ago, and they were one profession that did require Canadian practice experience. They're going to remove the requirements for that. Imposing time limits for registration decisions. Is there a reasonable amount of time in which a registration committee or panel should be able to make their decisions? Standardizing requirements for language proficiency. And I think that probably includes how many times should language proficiency be tested, and what should those requirements be? And then the ability to expedite registration in emergencies, which many regulators had to do during COVID. So those are some additional proposals that are being raised. So let's look at some implications and considerations as it pertains to COO. We can go to the next slide and to the next one. Thanks. So your board size would potentially be reduced by 2 to 4 members. So that is an implication for you. Your bylaws currently allow you to potentially have equal numbers of professional and public members. So you already have up to 8 professional members and 5 to 8 public members if the full complement of public members are appointed. So you already have that ability. Your current electoral districts would need adjustment. So if you're going to go down potentially, you'd have to look at how you would adjust those. Board members would not sit on statutory committees. Impose regulatory term limits. Now, we already have term limits. And Fazal, please tell me if you have any more insight on this. But one of the things that I was wondering if this might relate to is that you have limits. Say someone can sit for maybe 3 terms of 3 years on a council, but then they go off for a year and then they can come back for another 9 years. This may mean that you can't do that, but I'm not sure. That's what I'm assuming it is. Do you have any insight in that, Fazal?
That's, I think, what the sort of the regulatory best practice direction was going, that like once you're done your 9 years, it's a lifetime thing.
Right.
We certainly have worked on cooling off periods, better defining them.
Right. And then, I think the other implication is the executive committee and what that would mean to you, and how you would see the board could function without an executive committee. And the reason that I want to raise that is that I think one of the issues with some regulatory bodies, but not yours, is that the executive committee, the role of the executive committee with regard to the role of council isn't so clear. And it's seen sometimes to do things not only on behalf of council, but in place of council, and has created a bit of a two-tier governance system. And I think where there is not clarity of what is the executive committee for and what exactly does it do, and everyone isn't clear of what's the authority of the executive committee, what's the authority of council, it can give rise, and I think it has in some colleges given rise to some issues. But I think these are the main questions that I think you need to consider, because I think that these do in fact have some implications for you and how you're going to govern going forward. We could go to the next slide. So some of the things that I think to consider, and this is something that in your response, the college's response to the government certainly made this point loud and clear. How is transition going to happen? How is it going to happen in a way that ensures continuity in our governance, continuity in our processes, continuity in our operations? And what's the college's role? How are we going to be involved as a college in working with, as a partner in establishing some kind of transition plan that works for us? I think that's a very important question, and I think it's one that you have raised. The second question that I think you need to consider is how is it going to work? Like, how is a competency and skills-based board going to happen if the only ones who are really competency and skills-based are going to be the professional members of council? You'll note there's no note or mention in the proposals as to how the public members are going to be appointed. Are they going to have to go through a similar process that's held to the same accountable standards for appointments? And if you don't have everybody who's based on competency and skills, then collectively, how's that going to make your board better? I think the implications, if the colleges are allowed to recruit or appoint public members, have to be considered, because that hasn't been addressed. But there's some suggestion that the reason colleges don't appoint public members now is that if we were to appoint public members, then we would become public bodies, and we've not really been there. So I think that's a question that we need to sort of ask, could we appoint public members? Could we go through the same process? What are the implications for us if we were to do that? And then I think, as we just mentioned, what do the limits to board term really mean? And just so that everyone is clear on that, because it's a little bit vague, at least it was to me. So I think those are some really important sort of considerations and questions to ask. We can go to the next slide. I think some other implications are, anticipated increase in resources, and this is financial resources and HR resources, in order to meet the new expectations for external oversight processes. So we already know what we do with the Fairness Commissioner. It takes a lot of resources when we go through those registration audits to get everything ready, to go through the audit, to prepare the reports. So what's it going to mean? What are we going to have to do to get ready for an Auditor General audit? And what's it going to mean for the oversight and accountability piece with respect to our decision-making processes? So I think we need to really think about that. I think you asked that question in your submission, and I think it's a really important question. And then the last point I think is a really important one too, is are we somehow, by making us subject to these public body, the Auditor General, the patient ombudsman, is that putting us on some kind of a slippery slope for how's that going to affect our self-regulation as we've come to know it in Ontario? And I think that that's a really important question, because I think it is it does have some implications there. And we can go to the next slide. So some of the other things that it came up to me is, we're evidence-based. If you look at what are best practices, and regulatory bodies are, this is on our radar screen all the time. What are best practices? What you're doing evidence-based, data-driven? Well, the question I'd ask is, where's the evidence that is based, that is sort of supporting these proposed reforms? And someone has sort of asked the question, where's all this coming from? I think it's a good question. What is the evidence to show that these are sound? The second thing is right touch regulation, which is sort of internationally seen as a model for all effective regulators. It's really about putting energies and resources into the right things. And how is this going to impact COO's ability to be a right touch regulator? And I think it goes a little bit, Omar, to your point about where's the public, how's this all going to affect public protection? I mean, your whole reason for being is to serve and protect the public safety and protection. We have to put our energies and resources into risks, mitigating those risks. What are the risks of harm to the public? And how is this going to impact our ability to put our energies and resources into those right things? And then I think the other thing is the increased expectations really are going to challenge some of the colleges, especially the ones that don't have a lot of capacity to start with. So they either have very small registrants numbers, they don't have a lot of staff, they don't have a lot of financial resources. And one of the questions that I think is of interest is, why don't the proposals include some kind of regulatory amendments that would enable colleges who want to amalgamate or regulate together to do that? And I think that is, when you look at what's happening in British Columbia, which is where that's going, you look at the UK and Ireland, both who have multi-professional regulators that are working really well. Why aren't there proposals that include at least the ability of regulators to say, maybe we have similar scopes, could we go in together and regulate? And I thought that was interesting that they didn't include that in their proposals. And we can go to the next one. So I guess the other thing just to consider, and this is really going back to what I said at the very beginning about that kind of, how proactive should we be? Or do we just wait and say, impose whatever you want? Some of the proposed changes, I would say, in fact, almost all of them, really are not new to us. And when you look back, the Vision 2020 that the nurses put out, the College of Teachers went through a review, and they're really now undergoing changes that are very much aligned with what's being proposed in health. There was the McMaster Health Forum in 2017, which basically looked at, if regulatory modernization were to happen, what would it look like? And a lot of these same proposals were in that. The Caton report in BC. So, I think one of the questions is, where are the oversight mechanisms coming from? And I think that governance, yes, we understand. A lot of them, people understand where they're coming from, but I think some questions and answers as to why oversight mechanisms and why these? And I think that it's a question that you are within your rights to ask. I think that's basically all we have, but I think some discussion might be warranted on these. What are your thoughts?
Okay, so we'll open the floor then. Oops. Questions, comments, feedback? Steve, go ahead.
Thanks. Deanna, where do you see the role then in the future of the Public Secretariat Office for appointing public members? Do you see it dwindling down or even fading away?
Yeah, you know what? That's a really good question. I mean, right now, the way the proposals, the way I read them, Steve, is that the Public Secretariat Appointments Office is going to keep doing what it does, and the colleges will be only responsible for competency-based selection of its professional members. That's the way I'm reading the proposals as they stand. But I think you raise a good question, because the Public Appointment Secretariat, has come under criticism by the health regulators for, the difficulties that many of them are having in getting public members. There's been a number of councils over the years that have not even been constituted because the appointments haven't been made. And then when you do get them, how they're made, how quickly they come on without notice, and there isn't time to do proper onboarding. So there's been a lot of issues that have been raised over the years with the colleges. So I think that warrants some discussion. I was at one presentation some time ago where somebody alluded to the fact that if the colleges were to get involved with appointing public members or selecting public members, whether or not that would take us out of the sort of more private sector into a more public agency sector. But in the UK, what the regulators do is they actually still do the recruitment and selection of their chosen candidates who are public or lay appointees, and then the government looks at what process they use, looks at the candidates they chose, why they chose these, and they make the appointments. So I think there are different ways of doing it, but I think you raise a good question, and I'm not sure I have the answer to it, but it's bound to be affected by this. I think the biggest thing for me, is that in order for the board to be truly effective, everybody has to go through, everyone has to be competency and skills based, and you have to be, chosen in a similar way.
Thank you.
Thanks, Deanna. Derek, you have your hand up. Go ahead.
Oh, great presentation. A lot of questions come up for me from that, but I'll start with this one. You're talking about electoral district revisiting that type of thing. But I mean, given the conversation about competency-based candidates, should we be developing in our governance a look at sunsetting electoral positions and replacing them with a competency-based system? It's maybe more Ontario-wide.
Well, I think that's a really interesting question. And I think it's something that, we sort of see what's coming, right? So knowing what is probably coming, trying to be that would be an example of trying to be at the front end of it and shaping it, having some control over how it might look. I think it's a good idea to approach it through that lens. Derek, I think that it's always a good idea to approach it through that kind of lens. I think I'm going to talk to you about the hospital board that I sit on. When they were recruiting for 2 members, and I put my application in, you can also, when you recruit, talk about your values for looking at a diverse board. It's board experience. It's you look for certain skills or expertise in some areas, but they also were looking for the DEI sort of thing too. So I think, it's an opportunity to look at the bigger picture. Do you know what I mean? As you're thinking, what would our board, what would we want our board to look like? But you have to always have ways to get that representative view into the policies and processes and standards and things that affect the profession. That always has to be built in.
Okay, and if I may, a second question. One of the conversations, again, you brought up was about looking at registration practices and timeframes. And given how much of what we're seeing right now is in line with what is being done in Ireland and what is being done in the UK, are we looking in our rapidly shrinking global community of trying to get a free run of professions going from country to country? Is that kind of the big picture where this is eventually going? Are we staying Ontario-centric? Just curious as to whether you had any thoughts on that.
Well, I think that if you look at the Fairness Commissioner and some of the proposals that the Fairness Commissioner, not only in Ontario, but I think in Alberta, they have a new Fairness Commissioner in Alberta now. They have one in Quebec, they have one in Nova Scotia, they have one in Manitoba. I mean, all of their goals, is to facilitate movement of professionals from global destinations into Canada, and then correspondingly from one jurisdiction in Canada to the other. So I think it's certainly aligned with what we're seeing, Derek.
And my final, and I'm sorry to take up all the time.
Oh, go ahead, Derek.
We had talked about, I guess, super boards overlooking multiple self-regulated professions. I mean, that's a terminology I picked up previously. That I would assume is a method of cost saving so we can all combine discipline and we can combine quality assurance and things like that. So we're not actually kind of everybody's reinventing the wheel, I guess. That's my take on that. Is that, would that sound somewhat accurate?
Right, I think so. I think efficiencies, for sure, figure into that, absolutely.
Okay, thank you. So then we have Henry and then Omar with questions. Go ahead, Henry.
Okay, Deanna, fabulous presentation. Very enlightening in terms of what's going on. This thing about public members, and you're talking about the UK and Ireland where they do interviews and go through a selection process. How well has that gone over? Because I'm thinking kind of like off the cuff, if you're trying to get 5 public members into a board, and I'll tell you right now, if you sit down and interview people and tell them how much work is involved in being on a public regulatory board for a health organization, it's going to cut back a lot of people that aren't interested. So the thing is, I was, from the frying pan into the fire kind of thing. It's worked out okay for me. I like it. But the thing is, it's not easy.
Yeah, it's not easy. And I think that, it's interesting about people. It's my understanding, Henry, that in both the UK and Ireland, and I've seen, the ads that are on the websites of the regulators, or in Ireland, the government puts out the calls for people to sit on regulatory boards, and they provide a package so everyone knows exactly what they're getting, what they're going to be, what's expected of them when they throw their hat in the ring. And compensation is another big piece. And no one wants to talk about compensation, but I think it's, when you look at Ireland and you look at the UK, the professional members and the public members get paid the same. And in the UK, different regulators pay differently. So people know if you apply to sit on this regulator, this is what our per diem is going to be. If money is their driver, they can pick according to that. But that's the other thing that is different in Ontario, is that the colleges have not been able to pay public members of their regulatory boards. And even in other provinces, the regulators can pay public members. So I think that's another piece that no one is really raising, but I think that also is going to figure in on this. I will just say that with respect to whether people will be interested, if you have to go through a competency selection process, I've been involved in 2 health regulators, the College of Pharmacists and the College of Dental Surgeons of Ontario, both of whom in 2020 and 2021, in order to run for election, you had to go through a competency-based screening, recruitment and screening process. Both of those colleges were afraid, the boards were afraid that they would have nobody express an interest in running. They had bumper crops of people express an interest in running. And it was, I think, and they had much more, in both of the colleges, a much more diverse group of candidates. And I think it's because people see it as not a popularity contest, but you know what? It's based on my skills or expertise or competence, and I think I have something to offer. It's a different focus, but in both of those instances, they did not suffer. They actually saw they had no trouble recruiting. So I'm not sure I completely answered your question, but it provides a little bit of insight anyway, Henry. Does that answer your question?
Yeah, the tail end of it is a good example. If that's how it worked, that's great.
Thank you.
Okay, Omar.
Thank you. You just touch a little on it, which give me the urge to ask a question based on DEI. As the policy stands now, publicly speaking, it's important that every facet, every aspect of employment in society encourages to hire people from different backgrounds in order to bring different perspective and ideas, etc., on the table, which is to enhance the business aspect. So with this new changes now again, I'm wondering if this would affect again the wider scope, to have a wider perspective, to integrate, to brainstorm, to be more involved in public problem solving and developing new ideas in the business aspect, in any professional setting as well. Would this also have an effect upon the importance of diversity? As it is now, a lot of focus is on diversity from the government setting as well as business and professional settings. But would this reduce the importance of diversity? Would we lose that importance, that discussion?
Well, I may ask Fazelle to help me with this, but I mean, this is just my thinking, Omar, is that this is also, DEI is also a government priority. Like it's an important priority for government. And I think that, when they talk about the college would be kind of accountable for whatever process you use in your recruiting and screening and appointments, I would expect that they would look at what you do through that lens. But Fazelle, do you have any insights there?
Just, I think, if anything, the opposite. I think moving away from elections that are essentially popularity contests, which don't ensure a certain competence matrix or a diversity lens applied, land people in a certain spot. I think if you move away from election and move to an intersection of diversity, equity, and inclusion and competence, where you have a set of skills and attributes that you're looking for to compose your board, and you go out with that lens to bring people on, I think you will populate the board in a way that's representative of the public, competent with the skills that you need to be the oversight body and garner the public trust and the government trust. So I think it's a journey and it's a great endpoint. But while it's not come to pass yet, I think looking at it and discussing it and hashing it out at the committee and board level will help us kind of find holes in that journey and be able to alert the government to unintended consequences and things. But I think the conversation needs to happen.
Right.
Okay,
Thank you. That's great.
Peggy, go ahead.
So my experience in coming onto the board was through somebody I did my MBA with who did a political science degree. Otherwise, I didn't even know these things were available. So if they're having trouble getting public members on these boards, to some extent it's the general public, and there are lots of people with lots of skills out there who may just not be aware that there are positions like this and that their skills are needed. Now that's a little separate from, the compensation thing is an issue in terms of how many hours, and if you have to take days off of work and you're not making enough money to pay your bills doing this, it certainly limits the scope of people who are available. Anyway, I just say this, Deanna, because obviously you're in contact and discussing, and there are just some things to think about in terms of, how do you increase the number of people who are available for this type of position.
Thank you, Peggy.
Any sort of final comments or feedback or questions for Deanna? No, I'm not seeing anything. Deanna, any final comments from your perspective that you wanted to note before we say farewell?
No, I think, I don't think I have anything else. Fazelle, was there anything that we missed?
I think you've done a really comprehensive job of it, and I think that this discussion was great with the board's interest in your presentation. So I think it generated a lot of good conversation and food for thought. I don't think this is the last we'll be seeing of you, but we really appreciate your experience and the lens that you've applied to this, and to distill down sort of the key elements of what's going on in the environment. So we appreciate that, and we thank you, and we look forward to hearing from you again soon.
All right. Well, good luck with the rest of your council meeting, guys, and thank you very much.
That's great. Thanks,
Thanks,
you,
Deanna.
Deanna. Super. Okay, so with that, we I think are okay to roll into break if that works for you, Amy and Fazelle. We're sort of 5 minutes ahead of agenda, so but we'll give everyone a break after that, robust and engaging presentation. So we're going to take 15 minutes. I just want to remind folks as we go on break, as I did at the beginning, that we are live streaming. So just a reminder to mute your line and to turn your video off when we go to break. We'll put the timer on as we always do. If you rejoin a couple of minutes early, again, just to be mindful of the types of conversations, etc., that folks might be able to hear as we're live streaming. So just a reminder on that. But otherwise, enjoy your 15 minutes and we will resume. Okay, welcome back, everyone. We'll give folks a couple moments just to flip their videos back on. Come back from break. And I think actually that looks like most folks. Just waiting on. Just give another couple of seconds. Looks like we're just waiting on, we have video from everyone except for Dorina, it looks like. Amy and Fazal, did you want to give it another moment or get started?
I think in the interest of time, we'll just keep motoring.
Sure, perfect. Okay, so we're going to move into the next portion of the agenda where we're going to be reviewing some policies. And I'm going to be inviting Gord White, the chair of the governance, to take us through the board policy review and updates. So Gord, I'll pass it over to you initially.
Thanks, Sarah. The board has before the proposal to approve the status quo of two policies that are up for review on the board policy review schedule today. Appendix 2 to the COO's policy governance manual sets out a review schedule for all policies in the manual. The General Operational Constraint Policy, which is 2-01, falls within the operational boundaries category. Policies in this category set out the board's risk boundaries for the COO's operations. This policy is the broadest of all boundary policies and instructs the registrar as to what to practice, decision, organizational circumstance would be unacceptable, unlawful, or off limits to the board. The Unity of Control Policy 3-02 falls within the board staff relationship category. Policies in this category set out the way the board delegates authority to the registrar/CEO and the manner in which the board evaluates the registrar's performance with respect to its strategic agenda and limitations set. This policy that the registrar is the sole employee of the board and is the only one accountable to the board. Accordingly, only officially passed motions of the board are binding on the CEO. The public interest consideration that the governance committee identified for all four policies is that by reviewing their content, it ensures that the policies are consistent and effective, and that the college is up to date with regulations, technology, and regulatory best practices. They continue to be relevant and serve the function that they were implemented for. The committee was of the view that these two policies continue to adequately serve the board's needs and that, except for a few minor changes, no amendments were necessary. Over to you, Sarah.
Perfect. Thank you, Gord. So any feedback or comments from the board with respect to these pieces? Not seeing any questions or comments. So as Gord outlined, there was within that document the public interest considerations outlined. Does the board agree with the public interest considerations that were outlined? Are there any additional points that should be considered or that folks would like to raise from a public interest perspective? I'm seeing some shaking heads. Derek, go ahead.
Honestly, I thought it was a good document, a good policy from previously, Gord, and I agree with you that there's no reason really to update it at this time. I think it still stands and holds true to what the viewpoint of this board is.
Agreed.
Yeah, go ahead, Henry. Oh, Henry's just going straight to to consensus. You know the process well by now, Henry. I see Omar does have his hand up, so let's go to Omar and then we'll move on to that. Go ahead, Omar.
I think it's a great step forward in regard to public interest. Once again, it's I view it as being very realistic, and it would encourage us to be more focused, and it's more achievable. You know, everything in the public interest and its safety.
Thank you, Omar. Any other comments, questions, or additional public interest considerations that folks would like to raise? Okay, so with that, we'll take a note from Henry, and we'll look to our point of consensus to, that everyone feels comfortable moving forward with status quo on this piece. So looking for 4s or 5s from folks. If you can raise your hand nicely within your square, just so I can see it. Okay, so that looks like everyone. So then, Steve, I will pass your way to do a motion.
Thanks, Sarah. And the motion that we'd be voting on is to approve the status quo with respect to the global general operational constraint policy and the unity of control policy as recommended by the governance committee. Can I have a mover?
So moved.
Okay, Paul, a second.
Henry.
Henry, all in favor? No dissenters, carried. Thank you.
Okay, super. So with that, we'll keep with Gord White, the chair of governance, and we'll move on to vendor relations and procurement management policy. Go ahead, Gord.
Well, the board has before it a proposal to approve amendments to the vendor relations and procurement management policy 2-05 that is up for review on the board policy review schedule today. Appendix 2 to the COO's policy governance manual sets out a review schedule for all policies in the manual. The vendor relations and procurement management policy falls within the operational boundaries category. Policies in this category set out the board's risk boundaries for the COO's operations. The purpose of this policy is to outline the board's expectations of the registrar, CEO, regarding fair and ethical relationships with vendors and their principals and risk boundaries related to the procurement process. The proposed updates recommended by the governance committee aim to streamline the policy to ensure that it is clear, easy to follow, and consistent with the changes to the language of the policy governance manual that has evolved over the last 5 years. The public interest considerations are the same as identified for the previous 2 policies. So, Sarah.
Okay, great. Thank you, Gord. Questions, comments, or feedback for Gord on this one? Okay, not seeing any questions or comments. So Gord also outlined for this one the public interest considerations. Is the board generally in agreement with the public interest considerations here? Seeing some nodding head. Are there additional points that we would like to consider for this piece from a public interest perspective? Seeing some shaking heads. Okay, can we then move on to test for consensus, moving forward with the proposed changes? Just looking for hands. It looks like we have 4s and 5s. Dorina, I just didn't catch your hand there. Okay, super. Okay, so Steve, I will pass to you then for a motion on this piece.
Thanks, Sarah. And the motion that we'll be voting on is to approve the proposed amendments to the vendor relations and procurement management policy as recommended by the governance committee. Do I have a mover?
I'll move,
I'll make-
Elsa.
Kevin will second it.
Kevin, second it. All in favor? Carried.
There you go. Okay, so with that, we will move on to 6.4, communications and support to the board policy. And Gord, I will pass that back to you.
Thanks, Sarah. The board has before it a proposal to approve amendments to the communications and support to the board policy 2-11 that is up for review on the board policy review schedule today. Appendix 2 to the COO's policy governance manual sets out a review schedule for all policies in the manual. Communications and support to the board policy 2-11 falls within the operational boundaries category. Policies in this category set out to, policies in this category set out the board's risk boundaries for the COO's operations. The purpose of this policy is to specify that the registrar cannot leave the board uninformed, vulnerable, or unsupported in its work by not providing adequate information. On review, the governance committee was of the view that the policy required minor updating to ensure that the policy language was consistent with terminology used in the policy governance manual. The public interest considerations are the same as before. Over to you, Sarah.
Okay, thank you, Gord. So on communications, is there any feedback or questions about the changes that Gord just reviewed? Crystal clear, Gord. Okay, in terms of the public interest considerations, those were outlined as well. Is the board in general agreement with the public interest considerations that were outlined? Okay, are there additional points that we should be raising here from a public interest perspective? Other points to consider? No, not seeing any. Okay, so then Stephen, with sorry, I'll do a point for consensus first to move forward with the proposed changes. If I can see a show of hands, that looks good. So Stephen, I will pass your way for a motion.
Thanks, Sarah. The motion that we'll be voting on is to approve the updates to the communication and support to the board policy 2-11 as recommended by the governance committee. Do I have a mover of that?
See Derek.
Okay, and seconder?
Saw Paul.
Paul, all in favor? Carried.
Okay, great. Okay, so on to 7.1, amendment to the appointment and election eligibility criteria. And Gord will take us through that again. Go ahead, Gord.
So the board has before it a proposal to approve amending cooling off periods as an additional election/appointment eligibility criteria to ensure that the college is meeting governance best practices. The governance committee has continued to further the board's goal of transforming our governance framework. This includes extensive work with respect to board elections and committee appointments, which the board has approved while staying within our legislative framework. Enhancing cooling off periods will help ensure that people who are brought onto the board are free of conflicts of interest, real or perceived, have knowledge and competencies needed, are here for the right reasons to further the COO's statutory mandate to regulate opticianry in the public interest. It will also help to reduce the risk of persons on the board who may have a personal agenda. The proposed bylaw changes to the eligibility criteria for elections and appointments have been identified to make sure that the election process continues to be fair and accountable. Some public interest considerations the government committee considered was that there is a strong public interest in ensuring steps are in place to reduce the risk of conflicts of interest for board and committee members. This has most recently been recognized in the standards established under the college performance measurement framework. It is therefore incumbent on the COO to ensure that eligibility criteria for board and committee positions meet governance best practices. The board should consider whether the proposal by bylaw amendments raise any concerns from a diversity, equity, or inclusion perspective. I invite the board to add any additional comments with respect to public interest and DEI concerns. Amy, do you have anything you'd like to add?
Sure, thanks, Gord. So you heard from Deanna Williams this morning on, some of the governance reforms that are being considered by the government right now. And I think some of these proposals tie into something she was speaking about, which was that idea of how this college has positioned itself quite well so far with these potential reforms coming down the pipes, and her message that she would encourage the college to continue doing that. So I think this piece is somewhat speaking and to that point, and I think relevant to that point, as I think you'll recall that one thing that's in consideration for the reforms is these term limits for board members. Now, this is not 100% related to that, but it does go to the notion of cooling off periods needing to be robust, needing to ensure that the board, and in this case also the committees, are operating in an environment that's in line with best practices, where there is an effort to reduce risk of conflicts of interest, whether they're real, whether they're perceived, in the people coming on board. So with all of that in mind, the governance committee took a close look at the cooling off periods in our bylaws as they currently exist, and are proposing to address some potential gaps that will make sure that this college is again ahead of the pack in robust processes for board and committee member competencies. So that is really the crux of this proposed change. It will require bylaw amendments. So those bylaw amendments are in the package. There's a number of amendments that relate to agenda item 7.3 that you're going to be hearing a little bit more about, but these ones are specific to the eligibility criteria for board members under 6.3, and the eligibility criteria for appointed committee members under 12.2. So I'm happy to, between myself and Gord, address any questions the board might have.
All right, any questions or comments from the board? For Amy or for Gord? Yeah, go ahead, Peggy.
I noticed when I was going through it and it was talking about employees of the college, that the terminology resigned was used, and I was wondering, what about somebody who's been terminated for some reason?
Amy or Gord?
Amy?
Just bear with me while if we can get the language back up on the screen, Fizza. So yes, okay. I don't think there was an intention necessarily of capturing all the forms of employment relationship. This is, I think it's coming from the assumption that the end of that relationship would have been voluntary in some sense, but I believe it's meant to broadly capture the recency of that relationship for sure.
I was referring, so it says registrant here. I was referring to employees.
Mm-hmm. Yes, the registrant has resigned. Is this the section you're referring to, Peggy?
No, I was referring to the section that refers to the employees. So the way I read it is, if an employee has resigned, there's a cooling off period, and there's no mention of any cooling off period if the employee had been terminated for some reason.
Yeah, this is the section about employees of the college. So this is the registrant refers to, in this case, someone who might be considering running for election to the board, which can only be registrants of the college.
Sorry.
Yeah, so this is a registrant who would have been employed at the college, would have to wait at least 3 years after resigning that employment before running for election to the board. I just want to make sure we're talking about the same section here.
Well, I was probably thinking about the public public appointees.
Sure.
But either way,
yeah, that it is same language in that section. You're correct.
I guess my concern is that resigned means something specific versus terminated, and almost more so you would want to be concerned if somebody had been terminated for some reason that they then were trying to get on the board. That would concern me.
Yeah. So we can certainly tweak that language, Peggy, to essentially say that the individual there has to have been at least 3 years since the individual was employed at the college.
Since the employment relationship existed, right?
Yeah. So we can adjust those sections in that way if the board is in agreement with that change.
Thanks, Amy.
Amy, I see Jarena has her hand up. I just want to check. Did you want to do a test of consensus on that wording change at this stage? Would that be helpful?
Well, I think it would, but we might want to just make sure there isn't feedback on the change in principle first.
Okay, we'll keep
Peggy,
it to
if
the
I'm
end.
correct, Peggy, if I'm correct, you're in favor of the change in principle. It was just that wording, and I think we want to hear from the board on the change in principle first.
Okay, super. Jarena, go ahead.
Hi, thank you. I'd like to have a little bit more information from Amy or Gord in relationship to the screening committee skill set. How do you suggest this committee is empowered to select members to the board, and who are they?
Thanks, Jarena. So that's actually going to be the discussion under agenda item 7.3. I know the bylaw changes are all in the same appendix here, but at this point, we're only looking at the eligibility criteria. So I wonder if you might be able to hold on to that question until we get to that agenda item.
Okay, then I'll keep it for later.
Thanks.
Okay, Derek.
And Gord or Amy, I guess, do these changes reflect I know the college likes to take a leadership role. Are we maintaining kind of the standard that is expected? Are we taking a leadership role with setting these expectations? I mean, I like what it says. I just want to make sure that it's enough. Does it need to be longer, or is this sufficient to actually set that tone?
What do you think, Amy?
So we are certainly, I think, a leader in the breadth of our cooling off periods. And for the most part, we're trying to stay within we're trying to stay within benchmarks where I would say that longer isn't always necessarily better when it comes to cooling off periods, because the cooling off period should be balanced against public interest considerations and diversity, equity, and inclusion. So the idea of these cooling off periods is not to create barriers to people participating in college. It's to make sure that when they do so, they have that clear head and that ability to separate their previous role or their previous experiences with the college from the work that they're being asked to do. So that's why we were very careful when reviewing this at the governance committee to make sure that we are in line with best practices around the length of these periods, and not necessarily going above and beyond, because that might not actually necessarily be furthering that of the public interest objective, and it might be unnecessarily creating barriers. So this was what the committee came up with as striking that balance.
That's pretty much exactly the answer I wanted to hear. Thank you, Amy, and nice work, guys.
Thanks, Derek.
Any other comments or feedback for Gord or for Amy on this one? Clarity? Okay, so Gord also highlighted some of the public interest considerations. Are folks in agreement with those that were outlined? Seeing some nodding heads. Okay, I'm gonna start to push us on this next part. Previously I've sort of asked, are there any additional? I'm gonna challenge us to sort of think of some additional ones. So can I have a volunteer perhaps add to our list of public interest considerations? What additional ways is this serving the public interest? Anyone? Any ideas, folks? Anything additionally that you might add? or where these proposed amendment changes would add to the public interest consideration? Derek, I saw a tentative hand, so we'll call on you.
Well, where I'm a little bit stuck, Sarah, is I think the governance committee did an excellent job of looking at this from all sides, from Amy's explanation of kind of the discussion that took place in the process. And it looks like that the public interest was very specifically kept in mind in that conversation process, and the fact that we're recognizing DEI in the process of making sure we're not making these overly harsh. And I think that as it stands right now, it's an excellent document, and I think it actually says what it needs to say. So I don't really have anything that I would like to see added. I haven't had the benefit of those conversations. I know Gordon, Amy, and the governance committee would have actually fleshed that out well, and I do trust the work that they've done in this case.
Okay, so hearing some reinforcement of the public interest considerations as listed. Anyone else want to add to? Okay, so I'm going to move to consensus. So I'll see a fist of 5 on moving forward with the proposed amendments. Amy, do you want me to test on that wording first? Sorry, before we move to on principle?
Maybe we can test on principle first.
Principle first. Okay.
Yeah.
So let's do a test for moving forward with the proposed changes to the amendments as proposed in principle. I see show of hands, fist of 5. Okay, there we go. I see everyone. Perfect. So that looks like consensus. And then we'll just do an additional consensus to test for that changing to the employment language to reflect all types of termination or leaving, not termination rather, but all instances where someone may part with the college. Okay, see a show of consensus here. Can I see one more? Sorry, I didn't really catch everyone there. Okay, so that looks like everyone there as well. Okay, so with that, I will then move to Stephen for a motion.
Thanks, Sarah. And the motion that we be voting on is to approve the proposed bylaw amendments relating to the eligibility criteria for board and committee members as recommended by the governance committee. Do I have a mover?
See Paul? Oh, I saw Paul. Yeah.
Okay, and a seconder?
Omar.
Omar, thanks, Omar. All in favor? And it's
Aye.
carried. Thanks, Neda.
Thank you. Okay, so with that, we will move on to 7.2, enhancements to the election process. And Gord will take that for us as well. Neda, thanks for jumping in there via phone. I'm assuming maybe you're having some technical difficulties, so we'll try to make sure we're engaging you in that process to capture your voice as well.
Thank you, Sarah.
Gord, we'll have you take it from there.
Okay. The board has before it a proposal to approve shortening the election period from 30 days to 14 days. Back in 2018, board elections were carried out by mail, mailing paper ballots to all opticians. The time allotment of 30 days was to give time for those mail-in ballots to be mailed back to the college by the deadline. Over the last few years, the college has transitioned from a paper ballot election to an online electronic method. This has made the voting process much more streamlined and efficient. Last year, the board approved a pre-screening interview process for candidates for election. This new procedural step must take place between the time period when the nomination period closes and the election opens. The governance committee is asking that the board consider reducing the voting period from 30 days to 14 days to give a wider window to carry out the screening interviews and to provide a buffer in the event that it becomes necessary to open up a supplementary call for nominations. A reduced voting period would still provide opticians with a reasonable ample time to cast their online ballots and make the voting process more efficient. The public interest considerations would still see the election process as being fair and transparent and would ensure that registrants have a reasonable amount of time to cast their ballot. DEI considerations would see that the election process should not result in unnecessary barriers to voting. Sarah.
Okay, thank you, Gord. Questions or feedback, comments with respect to this one? Paul, go ahead.
So I'm just looking at the document right now, and it's pretty much saying that the elections have been held entirely via electronic means. Are there still paper ballots being circulated if someone does request it?
Gord, I don't know if you...
I don't know the answer to that.
Go ahead, Fazal.
Yeah, so far, no. We haven't had, like, we do make it clear if there's any accommodation requirements, but we've fully done the elections for the past maybe 5 years, fully online.
But what I'm saying is, if there was, let's say, a request emailed in, will you be providing a paper ballot?
So we've avoided completely having mail-in ballots here. When we did have paper, we were using a third-party administrator because the biggest thing that we were trying to establish is independence from the election process. So it wouldn't be as easy just to have somebody mail in a single ballot to the office and trying to achieve that sort of separation. We do have a third party administering the electronic election. So to add a layer of a paper ballot that actually hasn't come up in practice in the past 5 years would require a lot of thought and exploration.
Well, the only reason I'm asking is because let's say if someone, I mean, it hasn't happened in the past 5 years, but what if it does happen in the next couple of, like, not couple of years, but within 1 or 2 years, and you did change the time from 30 to 14, how would you accommodate that person? As mail does take time. It could take up to 14 days for it just to be sent over.
Yeah, like the whole reason we're looking at it is based on the fact that we haven't had any demand for paper, and we've been running these electronic elections and they've been moving successfully. That's why we're even sort of contemplating reducing the window down, because we have moved to paperless.
Yeah,
so the thought wasn't to unwind it and go back to paper. So that's why this is being suggested with the view that we are maintaining paperless elections.
Okay.
Did that address your question or your concern, Paul?
Yeah, thank you.
Okay. Kevin, you have your hand up. Go ahead.
Thank you, Sarah. Having just gone through the whole election process late last year, I appreciate the consideration to amend this policy. I can sure see that the screening committee can definitely use more time and doing all the interviews and whatnot, and definitely makes sense to just shorten the voting period. As everything is done electronically now, I think there's no need, I should say, to have it for a whole month. 14 days is plenty of time to get everything in order and just make things a bit easier for everyone at the college to do their jobs. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Kevin. Derek.
So I don't have an issue with in principle with dropping it down to 14 days. My concern is looking at things from the DEI lens that we've been talking about, looking at things from. We don't always know what we don't know. And I mean, what I'm concerned of is, could we maybe look at this and have have governance look at what other options there are to make sure we're facilitating as fair and inclusive a election process as possible. I'm concerned that we're looking at one option, which is an email vote, which works, or sorry, online vote, which works great for me, but I'm wondering what we're not capturing. And is that something we could do a little bit more research into? Not necessarily stopping this, but doing more research so we can revisit it in maybe a year or two and see if there's something else if something else other districts are doing or something we could be doing better.
Gord, Amy, or Fazal, I don't know if you want to address. Derek, go ahead, Fazal.
We are going to be doing a broad environmental scan preceding your strategic planning session in June. So I can probably create a section about accessibility in our survey and address a certain number of processes and see if there's requests from the registrant base in accessing certain services of ours and bring it into our environmental scan.
Derek, would that get to what you were looking
Yeah,
for?
I'm not trying to create more work by any means. I just want to make sure that we're achieving our objectives. So I think that would be a great addition, Fazal.
Great, thank you. Okay, Paul, did you have another question or comment?
Is it 14 actual days or 14 business days?
Calendar days.
So 14 calendar days. Would we be maybe able to just add calendar days into the wording so we do not have someone that maybe misinterprets it, and then it could cause a liability risk, or if someone arguing the voting?
Yeah, so just one thing to clarify is the length of time that the election is open is not actually in our bylaws. This is, it's been entirely a matter of convention at the college. What the bylaws speak to is the day of the election, and that's the day that the election closes. So what happens in the actual election process is that the information is put out by way of communications, where the registering base and everyone who's eligible to vote are told this is the day that the election opens, this is the day that the election closes, and they're sent out a number of reminders during that period to remember to vote. So we want to make sure, because I think that's a really good point, Paul, that they should be very clear on what the dates are when it opens and closes. So I hope that's helpful.
If the notice is sent with the opening and closing, and let's say it is 14 calendar days, someone could maybe look at this policy or this document and say, well, it didn't say calendar, so I don't know why this was sent like that. It should have stated clearly. I've had that in the past at different committees where people have tried to argue it, and they've had valid reasons. It's gone to tribunals and they were successful, as it wasn't clearly set in stone whether it's calendar days or business days.
Right. I'm just wondering where you're hoping to include this, because it's not actually a written policy, the number of days. It's a convention at the board level.
Oh, okay, so I was just asking if we could add it here, but if not, then understood.
Okay, thank you. Okay, so we'll hear from Kevin and then Darina next.
Fazal, if I can just get clarification, has there ever been any issues from the registrant saying the voting period was too short, even though at 30 days? Because it seems, unfortunately, regarding the voting turnout that we do tend to get, that 14 days would be plenty and move along from there. Thank you.
Yeah, historically, it's always been epically low. Sometimes the single digits percentage-wise of uptake. When we were paper processed, we even started paying for postage stamped envelopes, return mail, to make it free to send in your ballot, and we didn't get much uptake. When we moved to paperless, there was maybe a 2% uptake further. And what we find statistics-wise is we get the biggest push in voting in the first 48 hours, and it pretty much dies out after 5 days. And then there's a tiny little uptick again when we give a reminder that it's coming up, but there's certainly also no crush of people doing it at the last day. So it's either complete apathy or the interest is very short-lived, pretty much based on the reminder.
Thanks for that, Fazal. Darina, go ahead.
Thank you. I think this is theoretically very good, but I've been experiencing a situation where the system was glitchy and many people trying to vote could not get in. And it was dependent on the period of time when people that actually wanted to vote could go back. And so given the digital format, I think the period of voting is essential. Is quite lengthy, so people that want to go vote will go vote. But it is true, the presence of the people who actually get themselves up to go voting is super, super low. I don't think it is a problem in reducing the time, except if the system goes glitchy, as I know it had.
So I'm not sure, Amy or Fazal, any notes or comments related to, I guess, potential contingency planning with respect to any technological issues?
Typically, we haven't had anything that wasn't resolved within a day of anything being flagged, and that too, it's not a yearly thing. So it's sort of the exception, not the norm. And we build a little bit of buffer in when we set the election date for just such a contingency. Amy, would you agree with that?
Yeah, and there's always the option where it's necessary if individuals are not actually given an opportunity to vote in a significant way. There's always that buffer, as Fazal pointed out, if we needed to extend the deadline in a sort of contingency plan, worst case scenario.
Okay, thank you. Any additional comments or questions? Paul, I see your hand up, but I think it's a legacy hand from the previous question. Perfect. Stephen, go ahead.
Thanks, Sarah. Perhaps then if staff became aware of that the system wasn't working properly, they could put out like on the an email, like they do now if the web page isn't working. Let's say the web page is down today, but they do have 13 days to vote afterwards. If that would assist, if it wasn't working right.
Absolutely, especially with our social media, we can get messages out pretty quickly.
Thank you, Stephen. Any additional comments, questions, feedback? Okay, Gord in his presentation also reviewed some of the public interest considerations. Is the board in agreement with the public considerations as outlined? Seeing some nodding heads. Any additional ones that we should add? Any additional points for consideration from a public interest perspective? Okay, I may have to pick on someone and see if we can pull you for some. Peggy, I'm going to randomly choose you to kind of push to see, can we think about any additional public interest considerations that this policy serves? And you can pass or reinforce if you don't have any additional ones. We won't be that mean.
I think the main thing is that you have the time frame to accomplish the goals. So if the goals are to make sure there's a good board in place and that people have options and there's a screening process going on, and that's where it's more important to build in the time, then doing this improves the public interest, that you end up with a better board than giving extra time for people to vote if it, as Fazal says, the patterns of voting indicate that isn't needed, but the time is needed elsewhere.
Okay, thank you, Peggy, and thanks for being a good sport. Okay, any additional comments or questions before we move to consensus on that? Okay, so let's see a show of consensus or a show of hands related to the changes as proposed. Are folks comfortable moving forward? It looks like all are. So Stephen, I will move to you for a motion.
Thanks, Sarah. And the motion that we're voting on is that the board approve the proposal to reduce the election period from 30 days to 14 days as recommended by the governance committee. Can I have a
I'll make the motion, Kevin.
Thanks, Kevin.
Okay.
Second, Henry, I think it was.
Henry, yep.
All in favor? Carried.
Perfect. Okay, on to 7.3, looking at proposed new screening committee. The new screening committee, and I'm going to pass back to Gord to take us through this piece.
Thanks, Sarah. The board has before it a proposal to approve establishing a standalone screening committee that would be responsible for carrying out pre-election and pre-appointment screening interviews. In 2021, the board approved implementing pre-election and appointing competencies for all incoming professional board of directors and committee members. That was in line with the board's continuing goal to transform our governance framework, maintain best practices, and improve compliance with established standards set by the College Performance Management Framework. The committee that was assigned to oversee the screening process was the Governance Committee. The Governance Committee established a subcommittee made up of non-opticians in order to promote objectivity, fairness, and transparency. The subcommittee conducted the interviews and assessed whether the candidates met the required competency criteria with the assistance of a governance consultant who also assisted in the interview process. The board further directed that the subcommittee be eventually made up of board of directors, not opticians, but public appointed members. To that end, the college recruited an additional 4 public appointed members, bringing the roster from 1 to 5 for the 2022 calendar year. This is our second year, and the framework has been established. The Governance Committee is recommending that the board consider enhancing the process by establishing a standalone screening committee that would be tasked with carrying out annual screening process. The screening committee would be formed solely by a panel of no fewer than 4 public appointed members appointed by the college. The composition would be in line with the goal expressed to the board or by the board to keep the screening process at arm's length from both the professional and the board to the greatest extent possible. It would also continue to promote fairness, objectivity, and transparency while making the process more robust. So the new screening committee would have the following: 1, clearly defined and transparent composition requirements. 2, to be formed as a standing committee under the bylaws. 3, have its own mandate and unique service of reference. 4, targeted training to ensure it understands its role. And 5, make its own regular reports to the board annually and quarterly. There is strong public interest in ensuring that board and committee members possess the competencies necessary to carry out their fiduciary duties. This has mostly been recognized in the standards established under the College Management Measurement Framework. It is therefore incumbent on the COO to ensure that the process for assessing candidates' competencies are robust, transparent, and fair. Amy, do you have anything you want to add to this?
Sure, thanks, Gord. So, and thanks for that overview. I think you've covered off sort of the key elements here. So this is again building on the work that this board has been doing for more than a year now. So those of you that were on the board last year saw that the introduction of the CPMF really made it clear what the expectations were from the government around competency screening for board members. And, the board moved really quickly on that, which I think was a phenomenal move. And we're able to, once again, show that this board is really ahead of the pack on this. And, the next move of this, because when the board set this up originally last year, it was recognized that the best practice would be a committee that was somewhat at arm's length from the board and from the profession, so that they would have that objectivity and address the concern that has been raised, and that is much of the impetus, I believe, for the standards being set under the CPMF, that the people who are coming on board to regulate the profession are, not a sort of, as we call it, old boys club mentality that we're, the colleges are bringing on people who are demonstrating these competencies that are going to best meet with the needs of what the board's looking to accomplish. So when this was originally framed, it was recognized that ideally there would be enough committee members who are not opticians to fulfill that role. But the board also recognized that we needed some capacity building before that could happen. So fortunately, this fall, the board appointed some additional non-opticians as committee members, our public appointed members, as it were. And that's why the committee is now bringing forward a new revamped proposal to say, let's move this committee out of the governance committee's purview and set it up as its own standalone committee. So it's the next step that the board envisaged last year. And I think it's a move that will take the board forward in setting up a process that is more robust and more transparent and overall something that can be built on from this point forward. So there are a number of bylaw implications to this, of course, and that's mixed in with the appendix that you have in front of you. So there's a few pieces to this. There's number one, the establishment of the actual committee under the bylaws. So it required some definition work. There's also the assigning of this committee to what its tasks are going to be. And right now, the registrar is essentially responsible for carrying out the election process, the actual mechanics of how the election works. The registrar has the authority under our current bylaws to strike an ad hoc committee to assist with that process if any questions come up. But with a new screening committee, it's being proposed that they be able to take on that role. So that would be, for example, if there's a dispute over whether somebody meets the eligibility criteria. And of course, their main function would be to carry out these screening interviews. And that would be both for board members and for committee members. So all of those bylaws are in front of you. And then there's the next piece of it, which are the terms of reference. So every committee at the college has terms of reference. And that's one of the reasons why having a standalone committee will add transparency to this process, because terms of reference tell you a lot of information about the committee composition, the way it holds its meetings, who it's accountable to, and what its responsibilities are. So all of that are before you today. So I'm going to pause there because I'm sure there are some specific questions about it. And I might actually start with the question that Dorina raised a little bit earlier, if that's okay, Dorina. And I believe if I can reiterate your question, it was what qualifications or competencies are these committee members going to have, and how are they going to be selected? So what's being proposed here is that the composition of the committee will be any non-opticians that are appointed to committees. So what we call our public appointed members. So they're not board members and they're not opticians. They have been appointed to as appointed committee members by the board. And they have also undergone a screening process themselves in their process of being brought on for that purpose. Now, that doesn't mean that this whole committee will all sit together to conduct interviews going forward. What it means is that there's a pool of people, and the pool of people are all from the same category of these public appointed members. And the terms of reference, which are further down in the package, if you could scroll down to the very bottom. The terms of reference for this committee provide that this committee will strike panels of at least 3 people to carry out the interviews. And that means that there is a pool of people that will be available and undergo training and be provided with support for this process. So they're going to be trained, and they're also, as indicated in the terms of reference, will be able to enlist the support of an external consultant who is going to support the process. And typically that would be someone with expertise in this area. So the idea is, again, that they will be selected based on their competency in their own right as they're brought on as appointed members, and then put on this panel and struck as panels for the purposes of the interviews with additional training and support.
Thank you, Amy. I'll open the floor to more questions and comments, but maybe Dorina, I'll just start with you just because Amy was responding to your question. So just to see whether you had follow-up questions or if that clarified what you were looking to have answered.
Yes, thank you. So thanks, Amy. It feels much better now. It's easy to see how this is fair. So the last, just an adjacent question here is, how long are these people meeting to train and be proficient in the task they're given to have?
So the first year that we ran this process with the governance subcommittee, they did a training that was several weeks before they actually conducted the interview. So that was put on by our external consultant who worked with them, and it was fairly comprehensive. And that was, so it was essentially one training day, but because this would be a standalone committee that, you know, there's sort of more time to ramp that up, they would be able to get that training a bit earlier in the year and have that as a slightly more comprehensive process. So the expectation would be that, you know, they would undergo the same type of training and orientation as would any other standalone committee that is designed to meet the actual needs of the task at hand and what they're going to be asked to undertake.
And one last is, their main skill is human resources or public affairs, or how do you select these people to come to the pool of membership that you will eventually give them the task of electing this or appointing these members?
So right now, or Fazal, I think you wanted to maybe speak to that. So I'll let you go ahead.
Yeah, like I think, Dorina, the big thing is we just like we did this year, we have a consultant doing the training. It's very targeted to make sure that everyone has the same level of skill and has the same lens which they apply consistently. So while competency backgrounds on their own part would be a bonus, I don't think anything is required other than the fact that you qualify under these criteria as a public person, not a person from the profession. And then we will do, as we did this year, a comprehensive training so that you are given the right tools to be able to do this job properly. Amy, am I in the right
Yeah,
direction?
that's exactly it. So the competencies that they're screened for are the same ones that we screen for board and other committee members, and they are the 5 core competencies approved by the board last year. And they're not necessarily subject matter specific, but they speak to that overall ability to demonstrate open mind, be free of bias, diversity, equity, and inclusion, public service, those core competencies that they will have already been screened for.
Okay, so they're a third party provenience, right? Like they're suggested to you, or you select them yourself, or
it's
or on that.
So the consultant is a third party. We use the services of Sandy Varecchia, who's specializes in governance. So we used her last time. So she was overseeing the process and she trained the panel. The panel itself comes from appointed members of this college, which are put on this this committee every year. That's the intention. So the committee, I think, will have a number of people, and from it will be sub-panels struck as these interviews come up.
Ah, okay, I see. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Derek, you had a question or comment.
Yes, I do. Couple of questions, actually. One, has any thought been given to term limits and appeal process for this?
Speak to that if you like.
Sure, Amy.
So they term limits are part of the sort of, I'll call it the pre-screening process. In order to get to the interview stage, you have to have met all of the other eligibility criteria in the bylaw. So a term limit, oh, you mean term limits for the committee?
Yeah.
So yes. So The term limits apply to, for appointed committee members are right now, they are allowed to serve 3 terms of not more than 2 years. So that is the term limit for committee members, and then they can technically return after an appropriate cooling off period of at least 2 years. So that's the current term limit for all committees at this point. So there is not a separate one that's being contemplated for this committee. So the second question, sorry, can you remind me, Derek?
The second question was to an appeals process. Basically, I'm thinking if I am screened and I'm found to be not fit, do I have an appeals process? And then further to that, next year, am I facing the same committee again, potentially?
So actually, it's a good question. And in the bylaws before you, we're actually making it clear that the screening panel's decision is final. And the reason for that is there needs to be transparency and clarity around that, because the board will essentially be empowering this committee to be making what is a very important decision. And there needs to be finality to that decision so that it's not impairing the ability of the election process to actually go ahead. Because if you start getting into multiple appeals and that, it's just not going to be possible to actually run the process. So this and that makes the committee itself obviously fulfilling a very important role. So the board is empowering them for that purpose.
So I know that a conversation we've had was previous conversation, taking a little bit of context, was that there was conflict of interest stuff that was declared. It's one of the reasons I can't be an examiner anymore, because we don't want to have the perception of conflict that you're going to run into me in every stage of the process. If I apply for election and I'm screened and I'm not found to be acceptable for it, next year, if I want to run for election again, is it potentially the same people who've already decided I'm not an option, or is it a fresh panel? And do we actually have to look at that?
That would be, it's going to be the chair of the committee's discretion to appoint panels. And as with any chair of any committee where panels are struck, it's incumbent on that chair to strike the panel with a view to making sure that it's fair. So in the case where someone might have been before the panel before, it would be incumbent on them to take that into consideration and making sure that the panel is selected in a way that will be fair to the candidate.
Is that one of the things we'll be actively tracking?
We track it with every panel and every committee so far. So yes, absolutely.
Okay, thank you.
Elsa, you had your hand raised. Similar question?
No, so Derek had asked all the questions and Amy had answered all the questions. So thank you.
Super. Steve.
Thanks, Sarah. Yeah, Derek asked most of my questions, and I thank him for that and Amy's response. The other thing I just want to know, then if like Derek used his scenario, if a person comes back the second year and says, well, I've upgraded myself in this category that I thought I was lacking in, and I'm applying again, does that committee get to see his previous file from the year before, why he or she was turned down, or is it, do they not have access to that file at all?
And Fazal, did you want to make a comment? Oh, and sorry, you're muted.
I'll let Amy speak to sort of that process about viewing past history and things. The only comment that I wanted to make is, we are also looking to make sure we build capacity. And so we're not purposely looking to screen people out. And to that end, in the appointed member process, we were talking informally about mentoring programs and things like that to help coach people to be better readied for a role on the board. So, that's something that I think we should put our minds to if somebody doesn't have the right competencies, to help them develop the right competencies so that we continue to expand the pool. Amy, maybe you could speak to sort of process for like a repeat reapplication or something like that. And then can I also ask you about the concept of like a judicial appeal or, in any process of the college?
Sure. So I'll tackle the first one first. So in terms of process, as those of you who have sat on some of the adjudicative panels here at the college know, there are times when someone's history is actually relevant to the decision that's being made in front of you, and sometimes when it's not. And in the case of screening people for their competency and their appropriateness to sit on the board, there may be times where that history is actually relevant, because if someone disclosed, for example, something that would be considered a conflict of interest that would make it such that if they were to serve on the board, there could be potential ramifications for that. It might be incumbent on a panel to say, well, has that been resolved? And to actually satisfy themselves that whatever was posing an issue the last time they were in front of them is no longer posing an issue. So again, because the committee is going to be set up with its own chair, there's going to be a way to navigate through some of these case-by-case issues that come up. So I don't think it would be appropriate to say that someone's prior history is never going to be relevant, or that it's always going to be relevant. It's going to be important as part of the public interest purpose that this committee would be serving to actually consider matters on a case-by-case basis. The second point that Fazal raised was with respect to judicial appeals or reviews. So as I noted, the bylaws are going to say, if this is accepted, that the decision is final. Now, the college is an administrative body. It exists by statute. So in theory, there is always a possibility that someone might want to bring a challenge to the court over a decision made by a body of the college. So if that were to happen, which is not a typical thing that would happen, there isn't really a lot of precedent for it, but in theory, someone could take that approach. The reason why we bring this up is because that's why it's important for the process followed by the college to be fair, to be objective, to be transparent, so that the college at the end of the day can say, these are all the steps that were taken to make sure this process was fair and that this person was treated fairly. And it wasn't a process behind closed doors with no checks and balances in place. And so long as the college does that, all the people involved in the process are exercising their function on behalf of the college. So there's no, personal liability to committee members here, but it's something that is the reason why some of these parameters are being proposed to you and how to set up this committee is really to make sure that it's defensible in that way.
Thank you, Amy. I'm going to go to Derek for a last comment. I am just aware of our time as well and standing in the way of people's lunches. Derek, I'll throw it to you for a final comment or question.
I think this has been implied, but I want to just get direct confirmation. When somebody is screened and if they're found to be accepted, they're told they're accepted. If they're not, feedback is given as to areas of improvement or not.
So I think that is something that the committee will have to think about. Regardless whether it's this committee or the subcommittee, this has been an evolving process. So as Fazal pointed out, we've actually tried to be very transparent with people already to explain to them, where some of the deficiencies might lie and to actually set them up for success if they want to pursue this further.
Okay, thank you. Netta, I just want to make sure that we're not forgetting about you on the line. Any questions or comments on your end? And it may be tough to unmute, so we'll take that as a no. Thinking about the public interest considerations that were outlined, are there additional public interest considerations that folks would like to note at this time? Yeah, go ahead, Peggy.
I'm just thinking in terms of the feedback to candidates who've not been successful, how somebody screens through what to tell them, what not to tell them, because something that's a competency where they can become more educated, expand their knowledge base, etc., that's a good thing for feedback. But if it's something like the conflict of interest that isn't going to be resolved, you may not want to really tell them about that so that they could hide it coming forward. So I'm just trying to bring up this, how do you manage that kind of thing? And I guess Amy was talking a bit about it in terms of the chair determining who looks at that person. Should they be looking to be elected the next year? And in terms of what information then goes to a new panel?
Thanks, Peggy. Amy, any additional notes beyond, I think you had sort of noted that the committee would need to consider how they wanted to approach that.
Yeah, and I think it's a good point, Peggy. One thing I will say is that, you know, as a matter of fairness, it is usually important to communicate a reason for something. How those reasons are articulated is going to vary depending on what the situation is. But it is always important, I think, to give some form of reason so that there's fairness and transparency in that area.
Okay, thank you, everyone. Some really, really thorough conversation on this piece. Let's do a test for consensus at this point of people's comfort moving forward with this proposal.
Sarah, one quick thing.
Sorry, Sarah.
Yeah, sorry, I was about to say Netta was having some muting issues.
Yeah.
Okay.
She's unmuted.
Okay.
Okay, perfect.
Okay. Sorry, I just want to let you know I had no question and it was something on the voice area, but everything is fine. Thank you so much for checking with me.
Thanks, great, Netta. And Netta, what I was sort of hoping is that you might just sort of verbally tell us how many, fingers you're holding up for the consensus piece. And then when we get to the motion, that you might just give us a yay or a nay so that we have a sense of where you're standing.
Definitely. If less than 4 fingers, I'll let you know.
Okay, that works too.
Okay. 4 and 5, I don't say anything less than that. I definitely let you know.
Perfect.
Thank
Okay,
you.
so let's then look for, sorry, I missed that fist of 5. So let's do another show of whether we have consensus on moving forward with this proposal. I think we see, okay, so that looks like everyone. So then I will pass to Steve for a motion there.
Thank you. And the motion that we'd be voting on is that the board approve the establishment of a screening committee to carry out the annual pre-selection and pre-appointment screening processes as recommended by the governance committee. Do I have a mover?
Omar.
Thanks, Omar. Seconder?
See Kevin?
Netta?
Oh.
Okay. All in favor? And it carries. Thank you.
Aye.
Thank you. Okay. Amy, it's over to you now for the approval of the pre-election training module. Did you want to try to quickly get through that before lunch?
Sure. I think this one is hopefully a quick one, so it won't keep you from your lunch. Hopefully you will remember that every year we ask the board to approve what's going to qualify as the pre-election training module. And this is the module that's set out in bylaws. It's again related to the selection process. It's one of the eligibility criteria to run for election to the board is that you've completed the pre-election training module approved by the board. So this is us bringing the board the opportunity to make that decision for the year. And for the last 2 years, we've had the module has been the Chapter 4 of the Jurisprudence Manual, which is the chapter about the Regulated Health Professions Act. We are proposing that the board approve this module once again for this year. So any questions, I'll turn that back over to Sarah.
Great. Any questions or comments on this one? Seeing shaking heads. Oh, Derek, go ahead.
All right. This is for professional members or public members as well?
This is only for professional members because the criteria for public members are set by the government.
No, but for the public appointments.
This is only for elections.
Okay, that's what I wanted to clarify. I was just thinking based on what we were just talking about, this might not be something bad for appointed members to be familiar with as well.
Sure, and that's certainly something that can be looked into. But right now, it's just for elected members. So,
okay. Thank you.
Any other questions? Okay, not seeing any. So we'll look for a fist of 5 to show that folks feel comfortable with these items as outlined. Okay, it looks like everyone. So Steve, I will pass to you to do a motion.
Thank you. And the motion that we're voting on is that the board approve Jurisprudence Chapter 4, RHPA, as the pre-election training module for the year 2022. Do I have a mover?
I see Henry's hand up.
Thanks, Henry. And seconder?
I see Kevin.
Kevin, all in favor? Carried.
Aye.
Thanks, Netta.
Thank you. Okay, so with that, we are now going to break for lunch. So a reminder that we are live streaming. So please do put yourself on mute and turn your video off for lunch. Amy and Fazal, just a quick check-in. We had 60 minutes noted for lunch. Did you still want to do 60 or did you want to aim to come back for 1:45?
Well, I think we're at exactly 12:45 now, so that would be 60 minutes to 1:45.
Oh, there we go. Yes, you're right.
So there we go. But of course, we're in the board's hands. So yeah.
That's perfect. So we'll take the full 60 minutes. So go enjoy your lunches and we'll see you at 1:45. Okay, welcome back, everyone. Give folks a moment just to return from our lunch break. Hopefully folks got a chance to maybe take a walk. I know in Toronto it's 4 degrees, which is lovely. Take it when we get it. Okay. Just waiting on 1 or 2 others. Okay. Amy and Fazal, are you okay if we get started? Just in the interest of keeping with the agenda? Okay, perfect.
Mr. Chair, that's okay?
So, yes, I should have asked you, Stephen.
Yeah, go ahead.
Perfect. Okay, so welcome back, folks. We're going to head into the afternoon portion of the agenda, where we're going to be moving on to the monitoring reports. Before we do, I just wanted to take a moment to reiterate the purpose of the monitoring reports, which is really to have a system in place to periodically check in on each of the board's governance policies to make sure that they're achieving the desired results. So when the registrar brings forward a monitoring report on an operational boundaries policy, the board will be asked 2 main questions. The first being, was the registrar's interpretation of the policy reasonable? And the second, did the registrar comply with the policy as reasonably interpreted? So then the feedback that the board provides will ultimately inform the evaluation of the registrar's performance, and then by consequence, the organization's performance. So just wanted to give that context, and I'll reiterate that as we go through. So Fazal, with that, I'm going to pass to you to start us off with the strategic outcomes policy report.
Okay, great. So this is something that most of you who've been here for a little bit have seen pretty much every board meeting. We present it every quarter, and it gives you, if you were to sort of read it at the top, you've got your goal statement, and then underneath, you know, like goal 1 is there. Then you see strategies listed on the far left, indicated with 1 point something or the other. And then back in 2019-20, we had set up some KPIs, which are in the next left column, moving to your right, the targets that we set. And then we lay out sort of the evidence. And then as we make our way more to the right side, there's sort of goals that we set. And in most cases, we've set some goals. In some cases, goals haven't been set because they're contingent on some stakeholder surveys and things that need to be conducted still to set up a baseline. The far right category of the chart sort of lists all the achievements and milestones we've hit in fulfilling these strategies. So at this point, this table is pretty much at the end of its life cycle. We are in 2022 right now. A lot of the things that we set forth to achieve actually happened early in 2020 and partially in 2021. So we got off to quite a good start to completing our strategic goals. So it's quite a big document. I'm hoping that everybody had a chance to look through it. I'll just go over a couple of points that I want to highlight for you. So on the first page, 1.1, the first box is not available, and it says evidence data survey to be conducted in the spring of 2022. So we haven't, when we initially set targets, we were looking for a baseline of about 60% of opticians to understand the updated standards of practice. We've updated the standards at least twice now, once to address remote dispensing of eyewear. And now the second time we updated the standards was to address delegation, and included in that was refraction. So all very large events that we've rolled out in the practice guidelines. So what we're going to be doing is, as we get into our strategic planning session in June, we'll be doing a very comprehensive baseline survey of all our registrants to get an idea of how many people have adopted, remote dispensing, how many people understand the new standards around delegation and refraction. So we'll be getting that to set our baselines coming forward for the next cycle. Further down, we set a goal of about 500 page views pre-pandemic for our website. And we far exceeded that. Evidence data showing in 2020, we had about 1,000 page views. And it's sort of broken down there. What we were kind of discussing at the staff level as we were setting goals for our engagement with registrants was that we had a lot of engagement during the pandemic because there was a lot of fear and uncertainty, and the registrants were looking for information. I don't think that's going to be quite the norm. They'll be regularly, hopefully, looking at information, but it won't be probably accessed as much as it was during that moment in time. So what we're hoping for is to set a goal that we don't have more than a 20% decline in page views. Going to the next page. Now the box is actually missing the description on the far left, but it's 1.2. One of the sub goals we set was to review and update the QA program and create practice resources. So I would say we've more than achieved these goals. We had set out to create 2 hours of continuing education. We've far exceeded that. We set out to have about 1,500 hours of our content consumed by registrants. We had 3,700 hours in 2020, 3,000 hours in 2021. Now going forward, we're throttling back a little bit and aiming to see if we can get about 2,000 hours consumed in 2022. The reason being is we had a lot of opticians doing the different modules that we've created in jurisprudence, sexual abuse prevention, all of these things in the QA portal, but you're only allowed to do them once every 3 years. So as people avail themselves of that education, they can't use it again for a couple of more years. So really it'll only be the new content that they'll be consuming. And we are endeavoring to produce 1 to 2 modules every year. On the next page, perfect, thank you. So on the next page, again, the check marks sort of say, that we have hit our targets. If you look at the far right side, you'll see in the top box a number of resources that were created. The diversity, equity, and inclusion module, resources around the remote practice and technology in the way of blog posts and things like that. The nice thing also is there was some concern when we launched the professional growth category, the PG category for opticians, when we updated the quality assurance program. So the nice thing is not only did the college create content enough to satisfy those 4 hours a year, you can see that our providers have stepped up. The Quality Assurance Committee accredited about 44 hours of professional growth activities in 2020 and another 35 hours of professional growth in 2021. So our providers have definitely jumped on and are producing content in that category. So there's no difficulty for our registrants in accessing or fulfilling that requirement. The box below, before we roll down to the next page, it talks about building on risk of harm research to inform our risk-based policy decision-making. So a lot of that is driven by consultation. So in the far right column, you'll see that we did a number of scans and literature reviews, but we did a lot of consultations with the registrants and the public. So you'll see we sent out consultations on removing gender from the registry, disclosure of criminal charges, vulnerable sector checks, Canadian experience requirements, displaying preferred names on the public register, spousal exemption regulations, code of ethics, and refraction standards of practice. So we are regularly engaging with our registrants and our stakeholder base to make sure that we have a good read of what's happening before we bring it to committee for them to finally set policy. On the next page, 2.1, creating synergies. Again, on the far right box, you're going to see a number of initiatives where the team has worked collaboratively with different working groups. So the staff regularly participates in HPRO working groups to tackle things that are affecting all regulators. We also have collaborated very well with optometry in updating our standards of practice on 2 different occasions. We are also making a little bit of an impact in the regulatory community. We had an opportunity to present at a regulatory conference, which is North American wide attended, and our college was one of the featured speakers. So we're making sure that we're out and about there. On the next page is further lists of all the things that we've been collaborating on. So you've got a lot of sort of evidence there. On the next page, it just continues on what we're up to. One of the bullets here, there was a question from the board about our premises and sort of exploring what does the new world look like post-pandemic. We have met with our real estate broker, even though our lease isn't due till 2027. We have had a chat with our real estate broker. They're exploring, different ways the college might be able to save money. We also had them get in touch actually with our counterparts in British Columbia, who are in a different type of regulatory model where they are actually, I think Deanna spoke about the fact that they've moved from about 20 colleges and they're proposing to move down to 6. So there's a number of regulators that are actually working together in the same premise in what's called a regulatory hub. So we've had our real estate brokers reach out to our counterpart, Lisa, in British Columbia, to hopefully educate them a little bit on how that joint hub works so that we can maybe discuss, possibilities in the future of something like that, if there's any merit or cost savings to be had for the college. We work regularly with our government relations people to monitor what's going on as far as the regulatory environment. And as I said, the team is working regularly with HPRO working groups, small working groups. For instance, in March, there's going to be one on workplace culture and engagement, focusing on staff retention, growth, and fostering a safe and inclusive work environment. So these are all the different types of things that are happening in the background. So you'll see sort of on and on and on. It talks about the number of governance reforms that we've done. We had set out to do 2 in 2020, 1 in 2021. It shows how many we've actually achieved. So basically, we're in a very good position as far as if there's any governance changes, we're in a position where we're not going to be reacting, but we've been very proactive. On page.
And Fazal, I'll just give a little a time note there just on this piece.
Sure, no problem. Just about done here. If you scroll down one more page, we've got some statistics on social media that I actually went over a little bit yesterday. Then I know you would ask for some specifics on different click-through rates and things like that. So we'll get Carolyn to compile those information, maybe present it at the next executive meeting. And I think that's about it of interest on this document. So maybe if we pull it down, I can ask or answer any questions specific to this report.
Great, thank you, Fazal. Are there any questions or feedback or concerns related to the interpretation of the strategic outcomes policy? Yes, Kevin, go ahead.
Thank you. Fazal, I know in a previous meeting, there was mention of maybe looking into renting out our board space to maybe recoup some costs. Have there been any headway in that avenue at all?
Not a ton of talk right now because people were so hunkered down with remote work that there hasn't been a lot of discussion on sort of dipping the toe back into the real world. So we will probably pursue it as restrictions relax a bit.
Any other feedback or concerns? Any steps taken that anyone is not comfortable with? Okay, so with that, I'll move for us to do a show of consensus on these reports. And again, we'll do the sort of fist of 5. Okay, so that looks like everyone. So I'll move to Stephen to take us through 2 motions on this piece.
Thanks, Sarah. And the first motion that I'm going to call for is that the board approve the registrar's interpretation of the policy was reasonable. Do I have a mover?
Paul?
Okay. And seconder? Kevin?
I'll second, Elsa.
Oh, Elsa. Okay. All in favor? Carried. Okay. And for the second motion, that the board agrees that the registrar CEO complied with the policy. Do I have a mover?
Omar.
Omar? Seconder?
See Kevin?
Yeah. All in favor? Carried.
Okay, perfect. So we're going to move on then, Fazal, to the financial planning and budgeting monitoring report. So I'll pass that back to you.
Okay, sure, perfect. Again, I'm hoping that everybody's had a chance to sort of look over it. So I apologize, I'm not trying to skim over anything, but in the interest of time, I'll try to maybe point out a few highlights. Definitely, the strategic plan that we set every 3 years is a foundational document that we use when we're planning the budget each year, because we have an idea of what projects are sort of scheduled for each year, and we're able to make sure that we budget accordingly as far as committee time and acquisition of consultants. So we, for instance, this year in the 2022 budget, we've left funds in there to allocate for the fact that we need a strategic planning session. Last year, the report shows that, you know, we had a $94,000 budget set for strategic initiatives. That included funds to hire, for instance, a survey company, Leger Marketing, who surveyed over 1,000 members of the public. And so that report is going to be coming to you in the spring as part of your environmental scan when you do your strategic planning. You know, we're always looking at making sure that we've got a reasonable amount of funds for operating. We make sure that we have funds in reserve set up for different things, including operating. We're making sure, as far as funds assigned for board use, we work with the managers of the organization to find out about how many meetings that they're going to be having in order to transact their work schedule for the year. And make sure that we have enough money to hold board meetings. We do touch base with the board to find out, for instance, in this current time, how many meetings they're looking to have in person and how many virtual, and we use that to determine what kind of funds are allocated. We're, as far as the executive team, myself, Amy, Fizza, and Carolyn, we're regularly looking over reports from the accountants and variance reports, things like that, even before they go to the finance committee. And we're typically looking at 5-year rolling averages, but we're also accounting for what's happening in the environment, such as the pandemic and possible implications on renewal patterns and retirement patterns, things like that, when we're setting fees or forecasting fees and revenue. We work with the schools and things to kind of get an idea of what's happening as far as their volume of students who are going to be writing the exam, so we can predict how many applicants we're going to have year to year. Reserve fund expenditure, we regularly check in with the board, and the board has at 2 different opportunities, 2020 and 2021, authorized the use of the reserves in order to subsidize a fees reduction for our registrants. Fizza gave some nice news this morning that we actually ended up not running a deficit budget last year that we first predicted, based on better than anticipated renewals, based on government subsidies, and based on the board being very mindful of its expenditures in holding virtual meetings. So we actually came up running a possible 800,000 negative budget. We actually surplus 217,000. That's not audited yet, but about that. We are committed to financial planning that's sound. We use Nesbitt Burns to guide us as far as financial decisions. Our main decision always has been capital preservation. That's a non-negotiable for us, and accessibility. So we always have cash to pay our vendors and all our expenses. And then from there, the next or the third thing down is some sort of reasonable return. And as far as the last box, as far as budget development goes, we go through a number of steps. As I said, we first check internally with our managers of committees to anticipate how many meetings they're going to need. Then we go through to the executive team. Then we go to the finance committee, and then finally it comes to the board. So it goes through a number of stages when we're developing the budget for any given year. So that is my report.
Great. Thank you, Fazal. Any feedback or concerns related to the registrar's interpretation? Stephen, I see you have your hand up.
Yeah, thanks, Sarah. Fazal, should interest rates start to rise back up if due to inflation rate, something like that, will we be financially in position to lock into higher rates for GICs or something for investments?
So typically we ladder our GICs so that they all mature at different times, and so that we have funds available to us throughout the year as we're experiencing expenses. And then the other thing is also we break them in small enough that they're covered by the CDIC insurance so that our funds are never exposed. So that's been going well for us. We do regularly, whenever these things come up for maturity, for renewal, we do quickly do a quick check of what's in the bank, what our anticipated expenses are coming, and try to conservatively lock in as long as possible to take advantage of the best rates possible. But I never want to be caught flat-footed that we don't have cash to pay bills. So
good, perfect, thanks.
No problem.
Any other feedback or concerns related to the registrar's interpretation? Are there any steps that were taken that anyone is uncomfortable with? Go ahead, Jorina.
Hi, thank you. I have a question regarding, maybe it's about the previous set of slides in regards to your suggestion to the landlord to discuss the matters with the British Columbia format of transacting as a board. It seems to me like it is a foreseeable outcome and pretty soon. And why so? From our point of view, is it the location that would be suitable for a collective board, or I would like to know a little bit more about that, if you can cover, Fazal.
As far as what's happening in British Columbia with the shared premises?
Yeah.
So yeah, because you'll see, like, we're in a very fortunate position that we can self-fund and we can afford our own premise and all this. But there's a lot of smaller colleges with a smaller membership base, and they can't necessarily conduct all their regulatory functions. Every college has got to have the same quality assurance program, complaints intake, registration processes. And we're very fortunate to be in a healthy position, but there's a lot of smaller colleges that are struggling to keep all those afloat and have enough staff. So the model in British Columbia, they call it a regulatory hub, where they have sort of a shared intake or reception area. They share a boardroom, and then they have their own teams, I think, and then they have some shared things like copiers and stuff like that. So it's they're testing that model out. And so I instructed our real estate agents to sort of converse with them to find out just exactly how they've set that up. What is shared, what is separate, how they split the rent, all of that stuff. So I thought, while there's still a few years on the horizon, we might as well know how it's done rather than be scrambling at the last minute to look and see if it's a viability for us or not. So,
thank you.
Yep, no problem.
Okay, if there's no other comments, I will do a test for consensus on the comfort of moving forward with the financial planning and budgeting policies. I see a fist of 5. Okay, and that looks like everyone. So Stephen, I will pass to you for the motions there.
Thank you, Sarah. And the first motion is that the board approve the registrar's interpretation of the policy was reasonable. Can I have a mover? Derek? Seconder? Henry? All in favor? Carried. And the second motion is that the board agrees that the registrar CEO complied with the policy. Can I have a mover, please? Derek? Seconder, Kevin. All in favor? Carried. Thank you.
Okay. Great. So we will move on then to the Emergency Registrar CEO Succession Policy Monitoring Report, and I will pass that back to you.
Okay, great. So you know what I'll do, just to keep it brief, I'll sort of sum up. There's three major areas covered in this policy: ensuring that a senior staff member is familiar with board and registrar processes and is capable of assuming registrar responsibilities. Then there is, keeping the board chair informed on behalf of any major organizational issues. And then finally, there's maintaining records in an organized and accessible manner. So speaking to the first one, ensuring that there's a senior staff member that's familiar with the board and the registrar processes. The interpretation that I've put forward is that the position of deputy registrar should have that capability. And then to that end, the evidence I've provided is that our deputy registrar does have that capability. Amy's always a good sport about it, but I end up making sure she's sort of dragged into everything. So aside from doing her regular legal counsel things, I've been actively making sure that she's involved in stakeholder relations, which is a lot of what I usually do. So Amy has been part of things like presentations to Seneca College, joining advisory committee meetings, things like that, representing the college, participating in national meetings, participating at HPRO meetings. We make sure that when we work on strategic things inside the office, such as communications, strategy, and any type of sort, we operate as a group. So we have sort of weekly executive team meetings with Amy, myself, and Carolyn. Sometimes we'll pull in human resources and finance, which is FISA. And depending on what other expertise we need, we'll bring it in, but we do meet regularly. So there's really no topic that all of us are not familiar with. So I've given all kinds of evidence of what I would say is the fact that the deputy registrar is versed in all areas of operations, that should something happen to the registrar, the deputy registrar can easily step in and assume, and is, had an opportunity to meet stakeholders. So there's really nothing going in cold. As far as keeping the board chair informed, that's one of those things that anytime there's a change in chair, we try to get a bit of a feel for how they want to be communicated with. Typically, we try to keep the board chair and vice chair abreast of any major organizational issues. If something is important, we'll strike a quick ad hoc call or chat. We made some time ago, we made it a point that the chair and the vice chair is included in these conversations. So that's happening regularly, and I have checked in with Stephen to make sure that I'm communicating with him and reaching out to him at the appropriate time and not necessarily over communicating. We are also planning some media training for Stephen as the new chair in 2022. So that'll happen in the next, I would say, couple of months. And as far as maintaining records in an organized and accessible manner, for several years now, I think since 2020, actually even 2019, we did hire a legal consultant to create a formal filing system for all our files management, which Carolyn is the keeper of, to make sure that they don't get messed up from that big migration and organizational push. The files have all been migrated to the cloud so that they are protected, and copies are, backups are there. So our information is secure, our information is organized. And so I think as far as interpretation of that sector of this policy, I think we've met that as well. But I will leave it to you to ask any questions and see if we have in your eyes.
Good. Okay, so we'll open the floor then to feedback and concerns related to the interpretation. Stephen and then Henry.
Thanks, Sarah. Fazal, a hypothetical situation. Should Amy ever get appointed to the Supreme Court as a constitutional expert, of what she is.
Probably possible.
Would we be in a difficult position if that position, something like that happened and she was gone, and could we, is there someone that we could fill that position with?
So it would probably take some grooming to have sort of a third person set up. We have had a bit of staff changeover and things like that. We have the fragments to make that third person. It exists in all the other team members. So Fizza will keep the finances going. Carolyn keeps communications going. Registration is a big part of things. And Anna, our manager there, has had a very watchful eye in her tenure. And the nice thing is Peggy, our manager of quality assurance, and that section of it, she takes care of clinical practice and practice advice. So she checks off that optician box on staff. So we have, as far as a third person, that person is probably in pieces, but does exist all across the organization.
Excellent, thank you.
Okay. Henry.
Oh, Henry, you're muted.
Unmute. I thought it was a great report. The interpretation is excellent. I think we are in just really good shape as a board member. I'm very pleased and impressed.
Wonderful. Thank you, Henry.
Were there any steps that were taken that you were not comfortable with? Okay, and not seeing any, I will then move to check for consensus and moving forward on this item. And if I can see everyone's hands up, I think I'm just missing Dorina. They're perfect. Okay, great. So I will pass then to Steve for the motions.
Thanks, Sarah. And the first motion is that the board approve the registrar's interpretation of the policy was reasonable. Can I have a mover, please?
See Peggy.
And seconder?
Saw Dorina.
Okay. All in favor? Carried. And the second motion is that the board agrees that the registrar CEO complied with the policy. Can I have a mover, please?
There's Kevin. Oh.
Second?
I heard Elsa, I heard. Okay, so we'll take Elsa for a second.
And I see Kevin's waving his hand there too. So, all in favor? Carried.
Okay, great. So on to the general operational constraint policy monitoring report for some highlights there, Fazelle.
Sure. And Sarah, how are we doing for time?
We're a little bit behind. So if we can keep this to sort of highlights, that would be great.
Sure. Perfect. Looking at the different requirements of this policy, imprudent or unlawful conduct, I assure you we're operating legally. We met all the statutory requirements, regulatory obligations, including filing audited financial statements and all our corporate filings. We're making sure we can comply with regulatory obligations, such as that of the Office of the Fairness Commissioner, the new requirement, the CPMF, the Performance Measurements Framework, and the HPD, which has been there for a long time, which is reporting out on data from the database that we collect every year at renewal time. All steps are taken to make sure that we don't violate any accepted business or professional ethical terms. So I've got a few things there. We've got obviously the policies, the boundary policies that are set, and we operate within those. Consistent with the college's values. I think we put that into practice in 2020 and 2021. We've been doing a lot of training sessions, both for the board and for the staff. Especially the focus in the last 18 months has been around diversity, equity, and inclusion. And we've actually updated our principles, the board's principles around DEI. So there's sort of evidence in there of all the different types of training that we've undertaken. As far as unreasonable risk, we're constantly putting things in place, sometimes a bit of a learning curve, or sometimes feels like a little bit of a burden. But we've got things like multi-factor authentication that was put into place. As far as investments go, I alluded to a little bit before. We're very conservative on forecasting revenues and expenses. And we're very careful about not ever putting our operating capital at risk. So we're very, very conservative when it comes to that. Preparedness for emergencies. We're always looking forward to seeing what could possibly happen. And we have built infrastructure over the years to make sure that we have the technological support. When it came to moving to remote work and things like that, we had training in place for the board around Zoom training, and we had equipment for them, equipment for the staff to be able to pivot to remote. And then as far as conflicts of interest go, something Stephen was talking to you about, all board members and committee members were trained around fiduciary requirements, and all board members are expected to complete conflict of interest forms. And we regularly do training on conflict of interest and how to prevent conflicts of interest. We did a lot of that at our orientation meeting in January. So essentially, those are sort of the evidence points to the requirements for this policy. I'll be happy to answer any questions or clarify. So I turn it back to the board.
Okay, so any feedback or concerns related to the interpretation of this policy? I'm not seeing some shaking heads. Any steps taken that folks were uncomfortable with? Not seeing any. Okay, so with that, I will test for consensus then to move to a motion on this one. I think I see everyone there. Okay, so Steve, I will pass to you to take us to a motion.
Thanks, Sarah. The first motion is that the board approve that the registrar's interpretation of the policy was reasonable. Do I have a mover, please? Kevin, seconder? Or was Omar, I believe. All in favor? Carried. And second motion is that the board agrees that the registrar CEO complied with policy. Do I have a mover, please? Derek, seconder?
You got Peggy?
Peggy? All in favor? Carried.
Okay, thank you. Okay, so we're now actually going to have Peggy Judge, a board member, present the delegation to the Registrar CEO Policy Monitoring Report. Before we do that, Amy, I was just going to pass to you for a bit of context.
Sure. I hope most of the returning board members are starting to get familiar with this process, but for those of you that are new to the board, what the board agreed to as part of its package of governance reforms is to adopt a monitoring process, not just for the registrar. You just heard from the registrar on monitoring the policies that fall under the registrar's category, but for the board to also do some self-monitoring of its own policies. And it has selected 8 specific policies out of the manual and the sections of the manual that apply to the board to monitor with using this direct process of monitoring, and that means one board member getting assigned to each policy, and they're presented at successive board meetings. So typically you're going to be hearing from one board member per meeting. This is obviously not the only way that the board is monitoring its own processes. You had your self-evaluation that you conduct every year, and all the various check-ins that we do at various stages throughout these meetings. So I think that is all I'll say to that for now, and I'll pass it back over to Sarah to turn everything over to Peggy for her presentation.
Yeah, so Peggy, if you're set, you can go ahead.
So I've monitored here policy 3-03, which is our delegation to the registrar. So the roles of board and the registrar are clearly delineated, and the board delegates authority for operational activities and accountability for organizational performance to the registrar. So there were 6 sort of points that we needed to look at. First, the board has developed strategic outcomes policy in the form of policy 1-01. It defines the vision of the college and what results the registrar is to accomplish with without stating specific means to achieve these goals. I'm just looking here. Can we get up on the screen my landscape template of this, maybe for people to look at as I'm going through it? Yeah, that one. So I guess I've covered number 1 now. That's just the high level strategic plan, and everything is in place as it should be. Then the board has to put operational boundaries on the registrar CEO, and they exist there in the form of policies 2-01, 2-14, which are all listed there. So there's a lot of detail, and each one of those has a lot of detail. So the existence of that is there, and there isn't a reason to believe that there are gaps because it's very detailed, and there was a consultant put in place in helping us put together those policies. Then I'll move on to the third point. The board acknowledges that as long as the registrar CEO uses any reasonable interpretation of the board's operational limitation policies to achieve the college's strategic plan, the registrar CEO is authorized to use any means to build a set of operational objectives. Sorry, I'm going to flip my page here. Establish further policies, make all decisions, and take action to achieve the goals set out in the board's strategic plan. And we've complied with that. There's no evidence to indicate that the board has interfered with registrar authority in that regard. So then number 4, maybe just slide it up a little bit. Thanks. The board recognizes that these strategies and operational objectives are shared and delegated to staff, from which decisions get made about processes and organizational activities flow. Staff is accountable to the registrar, who is in turn accountable to the board. So staff is accountable to the registrar CEO per policy type board staff relationship 304, and the registrar CEO is held accountable to the board through the reports such as he just presented on the schedule in Appendix A, and then through his annual performance review per policy type board staff relationship 3-07, his CEO performance evaluation policy. The board has not overstepped its role. There's no evidence from the registrar CEO that the board or the members have been interfering with his authority to delegate staff and staff to report to him. And the board also has fulfilled its role of having the registrar CEO be accountable to it, as evidenced by his presentation and us voting on it just now of the various bits on the reports that he presents per Appendix 1, and then through his annual performance review. And then I'll go to number 5, please. Which is really following and on the board monitoring and evaluating the registrar's job performance at scheduled board meetings throughout the year. So as he presents, we're giving him feedback. If we feel that something wasn't interpreted properly, we give him feedback to that. That's been done. So there haven't, sorry, take a deep breath here. We've been on an ongoing basis going through that process. So that's part of his job performance on an ongoing basis, then followed up at the end with the formal one. And then number 6 is about the board continues to monitor all of its policies per policy 24, the board policy development policy in the policy governance manual, with continual review with intent to make changes if warranted of the overall direction and priorities of the college through its high-level policies, while respecting and supporting the role of the registrar to fulfill the college's mandate. The board has fulfilled its role in this regard through item 5 of this report, which we just was talking about, and the existence of Appendix to the board policy review schedule, which Gord was doing earlier today, and by the and those reviews having been delegated and performed by the governance committee, with potential changes presented on schedule at board meeting for discussion, review, and vote as we did earlier today. And then with its respect and support of the registrar for items 3 and 4 of this report, with his staffing and authority to run the college within our boundaries. When going through all of that, I didn't find any deficiencies. I don't have any recommendations to make, and that's reflected in the report here. I guess at this point, are there any questions about this process and any details you want to know?
Yes, we can open the floor to questions. Any questions for Peggy on the report? No. Okay, I'm not seeing any. Are there any action items? We didn't see any recommendations from the report. Any action items that the board wanted to raise?
Sarah, I just wanted to thank Peggy for taking this task on hand and doing an excellent job. Great job.
I had good guidance from staff and a bit of a learning curve, but it was really, really interesting, and I have such a good idea now of how the whole thing holds together.
Great. Okay, so what we'll do is test for consensus on this report. So if you can see a show for consensus. Okay, across the board, excellent. So we don't need to do a motion on this. This is a monitoring report. However, we do consensus as an outcome. So thank you for that, Peggy, and for the presentation. I'm now going to pass to Amy Stein, the Deputy Registrar, who's going to take us through the status of the Board Self-Evaluation Action Plan. Go ahead, Amy.
Thanks, Sarah. We had a really productive day yesterday with the group in developing your action plan for 2022, but we wanted to just take a pause and look back at the action plan from 2021 to give you an update on the accomplishment of those action items, just so you can have a check-in at this point. As you'll see from what was posted to the virtual boardroom, the board has made tremendous progress on the majority of these action items. So just in the interest of time, I'm not going to go through them all one by one, but I will say that some of these were quite big, even if they're not taking up a lot of room in this chart, and they are representative of important steps forward, I think, for the board, and including the competency profile, which was a really important development in 2021. So I think the board should be very proud of that. You'll see items 6 and 7 are the ones that are still marked in progress, and you have some information there as to sort of where those two items are at. So with respect to the question of the role and composition of the Finance Committee, that was also on the board's mind for this year's action plan. And as you'll see here, one of the big priorities for the board in 2021 was the development of this competency profile and the building of capacity among appointed members, so that things like looking at committee compositions and the needs of the board could be looked at with all of those factors in place first. So those were prioritized, and certainly the question of the role and composition of Finance Committee is still on the board's radar for consideration in 2022. And finally, there was an action item proposed in 2021 for some additional training on the board's code of conduct. And there was some overview of the board's roles and duties and all of the obligations arising out of that code of conduct in orientation for both 2021 and 2022. But there is definitely a plan to have some more training on that specific and more in-depth later in the year. So I'll turn it back over to Sarah to see if there's any questions about that.
Yeah, thanks, Amy. Are there any questions or feedback from the board? Any additional comments, concerns, questions? I know we're nearing that end of agenda. Anything missing that wasn't captured? No? Okay, Amy, it doesn't look like you have any questions. It was a pretty engaged conversation yesterday, so pretty thorough report. So that's for information.
Whenever Amy does a presentation, everything is captured. There's absolutely no room for even a dot, you know?
Crystal clear. Thumbs up, I'm seeing. Amy or Fazal, any last comments on that piece before we move on to the next agenda item? Oh, sorry, Fazal, you're muted.
Sorry. Yeah. No, I just think that the board's progress is amazing on completing everything, and I think we're on track. So I think everything's in check.
Great. Okay, so with that, Fazal, we'll keep you unmuted because we're going to have you take us through the registrar's report.
Okay, I will do a high-level touch. Hopefully everyone's had a chance to read this. It's in their package. I'm not going to really touch on remote operations. That's not a big one. Registration exams. I just wanted to point out as a highlight that we had our third session of bilingual exams at La Cité. Or they will be held in March. So this is good news. They're not just French, but now because they're bilingual, it offers an opportunity for those students who may have not been successful in a section not to have to wait as long, if they don't mind driving up to Ottawa, to attempt a retake of their exam. So I think that increases accessibility, which is in the public interest to get opticians flowing quickly. You know, as far as government relations goes, as has been the buzz for most of the day, we talked a lot about governance reform and the consultation that went out. The board received the copy of the response that we sent the ministry earlier last week. So unless there's questions on that, I think that was been covered. Just putting out there again, a big chunk of our time could be consumed if the government approves our registration regulation this year, because there'll be a lot of support work to go with it. So while we have our regular work scheduled out, there are things that could sort of consume a lot of our time and bandwidth, but I don't see anything being thrown off schedule. External relations wise, I do want to continue to give a shout out to Seneca College for hosting the registration examinations. When everything was shutting down, they actually opened their doors to us and took a bit of a risk having a lot of external candidates on their premise. And we've been very thankful and very grateful for being able to use their facilities, and it's been going very well. So I think that's about it. And I'm happy to take any questions.
Okay, great. Any questions for Fazal on the registrar's report? Comments or feedback? Yeah, Derek.
Fazal, has there been much of a challenge getting bilingual examiners, or have we been able to successfully do that? Obviously we have, you've been running it as bilingual, but.
It's been going good so far. We do have to be mindful of remuneration. It changes depending on what region you're in, and we've got to be comparative to be able to at least be competitive with people who are taking time off work to spend the weekend with us running the exams. And there is regional differences between Toronto and Ottawa and things like that. So we are going to have to put our mind to make sure that we are competitive in attracting good experienced talent to be our examiners. So we are going to look at that for sure.
Thank you, Derek. Any other questions or comments, feedback? Okay, so I'm going to pass it over to Stephen Kinsella then now, the board chair, who is going to take us through approval of the reports.
Thank you, Sarah. I just want to explain that the reports are in the package and this is a consent agenda item and will be approved as an omnibus bill.
Any questions or concerns from folks on these items? Okay, I'm not seeing any. So with that, Stephen, I will allow you to move for a motion there.
Thank you. And the motion that I'm seeking approval for is to approve the committee reports and exams report as presented. Do I have a mover?
I saw Paul. Oh, sorry.
Seconder?
We can do. There's Paul. So we'll do Derek and then Paul.
Okay, all in favor? Carried.
Okay, so I'd like to invite now Carolyn Robertson, the Manager of Communications, to present the communications report. Carolyn?
Hi there. I'm just going to share my screen and get my slides up here. Okay, so I hope everyone had a chance to look at the report. So we've continued to update our registrants since the last board meeting. We've sent out 3 COVID-19 e-blasts, our December board meeting highlights, and continue to update our registrants on social media. Our website. So since we've overhauled our website, we do continue to monitor our website survey. We did have a pop-up feature when we initially did the revamp, but we've since disabled that feature. So we are monitoring the feedback and making adjustments where possible when we get good suggestions. I also just wanted to share with you where traffic is going on our website. So I don't think there's any surprises here that the most visited page is our public register, followed by our COVID-19 page. I'm hoping that will change in the coming months. So we'll just be business as usual, but we'll see. And then I also wanted to share with you a little bit of an overview of our followers on social media. So as Fazelle mentioned earlier, we did see a lot of growth in terms of followers during the pandemic. And at this point, I think our goal is probably closer to maintaining rather than looking for a significant increase. But as you can see, we have had an increase, especially on Instagram, in our followers over the last few years. So I also wanted to share with you a little bit of a look at who it is that's following us on social media, who are our COO followers. So it really seems to be both on Facebook and Instagram, sort of about 65%, 67%, I think, on Instagram are women. And then the demographics on Facebook, I think it's 35 to 44 and 25 to 34 on Instagram. So kind of interesting to see who it is that's following us, but I think that might have more to do with who is on social media than anything specific to us. So this is just an overview of our Facebook stats for the year, and our Twitter stats, our impressions and our engagements, and then on Instagram, as I mentioned, where we have the most followers, we also have the most impressions and the most interactions. So for anyone who is not following us on social media or who is new to the board, we are posting generally 3 times a week, unless there's something else that we want to say. During COVID, we were probably posting a little bit more than that. And just again, for anyone who's new or who's wondering what an engagement is, it's the total number of times a user interacted with a post. So that would include retweets, replies, follows, likes, hashtags, and tweet expansions. And I just also wanted to share with you for anyone who's new what an impression is. So Twitter impressions are the number of times a tweet shows up in somebody's timeline. That means every time it's served up, it counts as an impression. You need impressions for someone to see your tweet, but that doesn't actually mean that it was seen. Could be in their feed and they might not have scrolled down to see it. And I just wanted to share with you a couple of our highlights from the end of last year and the beginning of this year, just to sort of see what attracted attention, what did people respond to. And so this was about peer and practice assessors. And I think that overwhelmingly, even though one of our key goals, one of the things we would like to see is more public engagement, I think overwhelmingly it's our registrants that are following us and responding to what we're saying on social media. So again, this was about COVID-19 and just letting registrants know that although there were overall changes in the province, that nothing had changed for them. So this got a lot of attention. And then, as I was mentioning, this is a more public-facing post. This did get some attention, but I think our registrants are. This is a topic that's close to their heart of who's authorized to dispense. And then just a QA reminder in November, and a post about becoming a contact lens mentor that got a lot of likes on Instagram. So I hope that gives you a little bit of an overview of what we've been up to. And for anyone who's not following us on social media, here's how you can do so. So that's it from me, unless anyone has any questions.
Great, thanks, Carolyn. Any questions on the communications report or feedback or comments? No, not seeing any. So thank you to Carolyn for that wonderful communications report. And with that, that concludes the agenda for today. I'm going to pass it over to Stephen shortly to close it out. I do want to give a big thanks to everyone. I think every single person participated in today's agenda. So, really great and engaging meeting, and it was a pleasure for me to facilitate. So, Stephen, I will pass to you for closing thoughts.
Thanks, Sarah. And I'd like to have a motion to adjourn the meeting. Do I have a mover?
Saw Henry.
And a seconder?
And I saw Elsa.
And all in favor? Carried.
Stephen, I'd just like to maybe point out this was your first meeting as chair. So congratulations on an excellent, well-run meeting.
Thank you very much, sir.
Prep time?
That's right.
Yeah.
And I think, did you want to stop the recording and end the live stream before moving into prep time?
Sounds great.
So we'll just take a moment to end both the live stream and the